Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. What if the most frightening thing about the universe isn't that alien civilizations might exist, but that, after billions of years, we still see no undeniable sign of them? The Milky Way is ancient, planets are everywhere, and the ingredients for life are scattered across the cosmos. Yet no confirmed message has arrived. No alien machine has been found. No distant technology has revealed itself beyond reasonable doubt. Somewhere between lifeless chemistry and a civilization capable of reaching the stars, something may be stopping almost everyone. Perhaps life rarely begins, perhaps intelligence almost never appears, perhaps civilizations vanish, become impossible to detect, or deliberately remain silent, and some explanations are far more unsettling than others. In this video, you'll explore 30 of the strongest scientific ideas behind the Great Silence, and what they may reveal about humanity's own future. Before we begin, like the video and subscribe, then settle in, because the question is no longer simply whether we are alone. It is why the universe looks so empty. The universe is enormous. So where is everybody? Look up at the night sky on a clear evening, and almost everything you see is misleading, not because the stars are false, but because your eyes make an incomprehensibly large universe feel strangely small. Those scattered points of light seem close enough to fit above a rooftop, yet each belongs to a cosmic landscape so vast that ordinary human intuition simply stops working. Our sun is only one star in the Milky Way, a galaxy containing hundreds of billions of stars, and observations of other solar systems have transformed one of astronomy's oldest assumptions. Planets are not unusual decorations around a few fortunate stars. They appear to be a normal part of how planetary systems form. NASA has now confirmed more than 6,000 planets beyond our solar system, even though our instruments have examined only a small portion of the galaxy in sufficient detail, and statistical studies indicate that planets may actually outnumber stars. So as you imagine yourself drifting away from Earth tonight, past the Moon, past the familiar planets, and eventually beyond the faint boundary of our solar system, you are not entering a mostly empty galaxy dotted with a few rare worlds. You are entering a galaxy that may contain hundreds of billions, perhaps even trillions of planets, frozen worlds, scorched worlds, ocean worlds, giant worlds wrapped in dense atmospheres, rocky worlds smaller than Earth, and planets that orbit stars so different from the Sun that their skies would barely resemble anything you know. And that realization changes the question of extraterrestrial life in a subtle but important way. A century ago, you could reasonably wonder whether planets around other stars existed at all. Today, that part of the mystery is largely gone. The planets are there. We can watch some of them pass in front of their stars. We can measure their sizes, estimate their masses, study the heat they receive, and in certain cases, begin examining the chemistry of their atmospheres. The universe has given us worlds in abundance. What it has not given us is a second example of life. Not one microbe beyond Earth has been confirmed. Not one alien ecosystem has been demonstrated. Not one technological civilization has been identified beyond reasonable doubt. NASA describes the search for life beyond Earth as still being near its beginning, and despite thousands of discovered planets, there is currently no confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life. That silence becomes more interesting when you stop thinking only about the number of planets and begin thinking about time. The Milky Way is ancient. Long before the Sun existed, generations of stars had already been born, burned, and died. The atoms inside your body were assembled from material processed through this deep stellar history, meaning that Earth arrived relatively late to a galaxy that had already been evolving for billions of years. Somewhere among those earlier stars, planets could have formed long before ours. Some would have been destroyed. Some would have changed beyond recognition. But others may have remained stable for immense stretches of time. If even a tiny fraction of suitable worlds produced life early in the galaxy's history, some evolutionary experiments could theoretically have begun millions or billions of years before the first human looked upward and wondered whether anyone else was there. And this is where the scale of the universe begins to feel different. Vastness should make life difficult to find because everything is so far apart. But vastness also provides enormous numbers of opportunities. One planet can fail, a million planets can fail. Entire regions of a galaxy can be sterile, violent, or unsuitable. Yet when the number of worlds becomes extraordinarily large and cosmic time becomes extraordinarily deep, you begin to feel an uncomfortable tension between opportunity and outcome. You should be careful here, because size alone proves nothing. A universe containing countless planets does not automatically produce countless civilizations. If the emergence of life requires an extremely improbable sequence of chemical events, then billions of worlds might still produce almost nothing. If complex cells are rare, intelligence rarer, and technological intelligence rarer still, then the night sky could remain quiet, even in a galaxy filled with planets. Astronomy can tell you that the stage is enormous. It cannot yet tell you how frequently the actors appear. That distinction matters, because one of the easiest mistakes in this subject is to replace ignorance with statistics that sound more certain than they really are. We do not currently know the probability that life begins on a suitable planet. We do not know the probability that simple organisms become complex ones. We do not know how often intelligence evolves, or whether intelligence usually develops technology, or whether technological societies remain detectable for long periods. At the moment, every calculation about the abundance of civilizations contains quantities for which humanity possesses only one known biological example: Earth. That makes you part of an unusual scientific situation. You know that life is possible because you are alive, but you do not yet know whether you are looking at something ordinary or something almost impossibly rare. Imagine discovering a single glowing flower in a desert stretching farther than you can see. Its existence proves that flowers can grow there, but one flower cannot tell you whether another is hidden 10 meters away, or whether you are standing beside the only one for 1,000 kilometers. Earth is that first flower. For now, the rest of the landscape remains unresolved, and perhaps that is what makes the enormous size of the cosmos so unsettling. If the universe were small, silence would be easy to accept. A few stars, a few planets, one inhabited world, there would be little mystery. But the real universe refuses to offer that simplicity. Everywhere astronomy looks, nature seems capable of producing structure in extraordinary quantities. Stars by the billions, galaxies by the billions, planetary systems emerging from disks of dust and gas, worlds occupying environments we once thought impossible. Yet when you ask the universe for another confirmed living thing, the answer remains blank. Not necessarily because nothing is there, and certainly not because science has searched everything. We have barely begun, but the contrast is difficult to ignore. Extraordinary abundance on one side, confirmed biological solitude on the other. You can stand beneath the Milky Way and know that many of those distant suns probably possess planets, perhaps whole families of them, and still have no idea whether any mind beneath any alien sky has ever asked the same question you are asking now. Somewhere there may be a world where oceans move under unfamiliar moons and no creature has ever opened an eye. Somewhere else, biology may have begun and vanished before complexity had a chance to emerge. There may be places where life is thriving at this very moment, unaware that a small technological species around an ordinary star has begun looking for it. Or Earth may represent something much stranger, a rare opening in a universe overwhelmingly capable of making planets, but almost never capable of making observers. We do not yet know which possibility is true, and that uncertainty is more powerful than any invented alien story. Because the real mystery is not that astronomers have failed to produce an answer. It is that humanity has finally learned enough about the universe to realize how enormous the question truly is. Thousands of confirmed worlds have become millions of implied worlds. Millions become billions. And the darkness between the stars no longer looks empty in the way it once did. It looks full of places where something could have happened. And still, from everything we can presently establish, you remain on the only world known to contain life, listening from one small planet in an ancient galaxy and hearing no confirmed reply. The universe has shown you that worlds are everywhere. It has not yet shown you that life is, and between those two facts lies one of the deepest mysteries you can carry into the night. With so much space, so much time, and so many possible homes beneath so many distant suns, where is everybody? The Fermi Paradox begins with one uncomfortable question. The unsettling part of the Fermi Paradox is not that the universe is silent, but that the silence seems to demand an explanation. In the summer of 1950, physicist Enrico Fermi was having lunch with colleagues at Los Alamos when a conversation about extraterrestrial civilizations led him toward a deceptively simple question. If intelligent life is not extraordinarily rare, why is there no obvious sign of it? The phrase usually remembered is, "Where is everybody?" And although the modern Fermi paradox has grown far beyond that lunch table discussion, the power of the original question comes from how little machinery it needs. You do not have to assume that aliens look like humans, build flying saucers, speak through radio, or even think the way you do. You only have to place several reasonable possibilities beside one stubborn observation. A civilization can potentially arise somewhere other than Earth. Some civilizations, if they exist, might become technologically capable. Cosmic history gives such civilizations enormous periods in which to appear. Yet when you examine the evidence available to humanity today, there is still no independently verified extraterrestrial civilization. That gap between what might reasonably be expected and what has actually been observed is the heart of the paradox. And it is important to understand what the word paradox means here, because this is not a mathematical contradiction in which two proven facts cannot both be true. The Fermi paradox is better understood as a tension between expectations and evidence. Something in the chain of reasoning may be wrong, incomplete, or based on assumptions we have not recognized. Perhaps the mistake lies near the beginning. Maybe technological intelligence is so uncommon that Earth is an extraordinary exception. Perhaps intelligence appears elsewhere, but does not produce civilizations that become conspicuous. Perhaps civilizations exist in forms that leave almost none of the evidence humans instinctively expect. Or perhaps the absence itself is being exaggerated, because humanity has not yet observed enough of the cosmos to call it genuinely silent. Notice how each possibility changes a different assumption, rather than answering the mystery with a single dramatic explanation. This is one reason scientists and philosophers still find the Fermi paradox useful. It behaves less like a riddle with a hidden solution, and more like a diagnostic tool. You begin with the fact that we know of one technological species, ourselves, and then ask which steps required to produce another civilization are ordinary and which may be exceptional. Every answer exposes a different piece of ignorance. You do not know whether intelligence tends to become technological. You do not know whether technological societies naturally become more visible with age. You do not know whether the behaviors humans associate with advanced civilizations are universal, or merely reflections of one young species imagining its own future. Even the word civilization carries assumptions. It suggests cities, engineering, communication, growth, perhaps curiosity about other worlds. But evolution does not promise any of those things. A species could be highly intelligent without constructing machines. A technological culture could choose stability rather than expansion. A civilization could transform so radically that the categories you use to imagine it become meaningless. The paradox therefore turns quietly back toward you. When you ask where everybody is, you are also asking what exactly you expected everybody to be doing. You are taking human history, which occupies only a tiny interval of cosmic time, and projecting its habits outward onto possibilities you have never encountered. Fermi's question feels uncomfortable precisely because there is no safe direction in which to answer it. If intelligent civilizations are common, then you must explain why none has yet been confirmed. If they are uncommon, you must explain why the chain that produced you seems so difficult to repeat. If your expectations are wrong, then you must admit that advanced life may be stranger than your imagination allows. And if the evidence is simply too incomplete, then perhaps what humanity calls the Great Silence is not silence at all, but the sound of an audience entering a darkened theater before its eyes have adjusted. You are living at an unusual moment in this story, late enough to understand that other minds are physically possible, yet early enough that you possess only one confirmed example. That leaves Fermi's question suspended above every discussion of extraterrestrial intelligence, not as proof that anyone is out there, and not as proof that no one is, but as a reminder that one of your most ordinary assumptions may be deeply wrong. Somewhere between the existence of one thinking species and the absence of a second confirmed one lies a fact about nature that humanity has not discovered yet. And until you know which assumption breaks, the uncomfortable question remains exactly where Fermi left it. If there really should be others, why haven't we found them? We still don't know how easily life begins. Life may have begun on Earth only once, and that single fact is enough to create one of the largest blind spots in modern science. You know that lifeless chemistry can somehow become biology because you are here, but you still do not know whether that transition is almost inevitable under the right conditions, or so improbable that it happened only after an extraordinary accident. Strip life down far enough and the mystery becomes surprisingly concrete. A living cell is not made from a mysterious substance unavailable to ordinary matter. It is assembled from familiar atoms arranged into molecules that store information, build structures, harvest energy, repair damage, and reproduce. The difficult question is how a planet containing none of those organized systems crosses the threshold into something capable of sustaining itself and evolving. Scientists call the study of this transition abiogenesis. And despite enormous progress in understanding pieces of the puzzle, nobody has reconstructed the complete historical pathway that produced the first life on Earth. The early planet was not waiting with a ready-made cell. It contained water, minerals, gases, energy from sunlight, lightning, geothermal activity, impacts, and countless chemical reactions occurring across oceans, shorelines, volcanic regions, pores in rocks, and perhaps environments that no longer exist. Laboratory experiments have shown that some important ingredients of biology can form without living organisms. Amino acids, which modern cells use to build proteins, can arise through non-biological chemistry under certain conditions. Organic molecules have also been found in meteorites, demonstrating that some of life's raw materials can form beyond Earth itself. But ingredients are not the same thing as a living system. You could scatter every component of a modern computer across a room and still be very far from having a machine that turns itself on, copies its own instructions, repairs damaged parts, and gradually changes across generations. Early chemistry faced something similar, except there was no engineer assembling the pieces. Somehow molecules had to become part of a process that could preserve useful information while producing imperfect copies. Because without inheritance and variation, Darwinian evolution cannot begin doing the powerful work it performs in later biology. This is why RNA attracts so much attention. In modern organisms, DNA is primarily used for long-term genetic information, while proteins perform much of the chemical work. But RNA can occupy an intriguing middle ground. It can carry information, and some RNA molecules can also catalyze chemical reactions. That has inspired versions of the RNA world hypothesis, in which earlier life or pre-life relied more heavily on RNA-like systems before the modern division of labor between DNA, RNA, and proteins emerged. Yet saying RNA world does not solve the origin of life. Researchers still have to explain how sufficiently complex RNA-like molecules could have formed, survived, replicated with useful reliability, and become integrated with other chemical systems under realistic early Earth conditions. Other researchers emphasize metabolism first, suggesting networks of chemical reactions could have developed before sophisticated genetic replication. Hydrothermal environments are especially interesting because mineral surfaces, chemical gradients, and naturally occurring microscopic compartments might have concentrated molecules and provided continuous sources of usable energy. Still other scenarios focus on shallow pools, wet and dry cycles, ice, volcanic settings, or combinations of environments rather than one birthplace. Even something as simple as a membrane creates another puzzle. Modern cells carefully control what enters and leaves, but simple fatty molecules can spontaneously organize into tiny vesicles in water, forming compartments that resemble extremely primitive boundaries. Put that beside self-copying chemistry and an energy source, and you can begin to glimpse how separate pieces might cooperate. But might matters. Scientists have produced promising fragments of possible pathways, not a recorded reconstruction of the event itself. Earth has erased most direct evidence from the period when life originated. Rocks have been melted, buried, altered, and recycled for billions of years. You are trying to reconstruct perhaps the most consequential chemical transition in planetary history after much of the original laboratory has disappeared. There is another difficulty hiding inside the evidence you do possess. Life seems to have appeared relatively early in Earth's history, once conditions became suitable. And at first, this can sound like evidence that life begins easily. But you must be cautious. You can only ask this question from a planet where life began early enough for intelligent observers to eventually evolve. If life had taken almost the entire habitable lifetime of Earth to get started, you might never have existed to notice the delay. Your own existence therefore biases the sample you are examining. It is like waking aboard a ship that's successfully crossed an ocean and trying to estimate the survival rate of all ships using only the fact that yours arrived. The successful journey tells you the crossing is possible. It does not tell you how many vessels disappeared. That is why finding even extremely simple independent life elsewhere would transform this question. If life arose separately on another world in our own planetary neighborhood, especially if its underlying chemistry showed that it did not share ancestry with Earth organisms, then nature would have produced biology twice within one small stellar system. The statistical implications would be enormous. Conversely, if increasingly thorough searchers continue finding environments that seem suitable, yet completely sterile, the mystery could deepen rather than disappear. For now, you are standing beside a doorway that science can describe from both sides, but has not yet watched anything pass through. On one side lies ordinary chemistry, molecules reacting according to physics. On the other lies evolution, systems that copy, vary, compete, cooperate, and eventually produce forests, whales, neurons, memory, and a mind capable of wondering how the process started. Somewhere between those worlds, matter crossed a threshold. Perhaps chemistry is naturally drawn toward that threshold whenever a planet gives it enough time and suitable conditions. Perhaps countless worlds approach it and never cross. Perhaps several intermediate steps are easy while one unnoticed step is astonishingly rare. You do not yet know, and that uncertainty changes how you should think about every apparently promising planet in the sky. Water is encouraging. Organic molecules are encouraging. Energy is necessary. None of them alone is life. Until you discover a second Genesis, or reconstruct the first one well enough to understand its probability, the simplest organism on Earth carries a mystery larger than its microscopic body. Not merely how life works, but whether the universe finds it easy to begin living at all. Earth may have needed an extraordinary chain of lucky events. You are alive on a planet that survived a sequence of events so complicated that changing even a few of them might have produced a world you would never recognize. That does not mean Earth was designed for life, and it does not mean scientists know that every step was necessary. The more careful conclusion is stranger than that. Earth may have benefited from a long chain of geological, astronomical, and chemical circumstances that happened to remain favorable long enough for complex organisms to emerge. Begin with the young sun. It was dimmer billions of years ago than it is today, yet geological evidence shows that Earth still maintained liquid water for much of its early history. This apparent contradiction, known as the faint young sun problem, tells you that the atmosphere and climate of early Earth must have been very different from those you know now. Greenhouse gases, changing cloud behavior, surface conditions, and the evolving atmosphere likely helped prevent the planet from becoming permanently frozen. But avoiding deep freeze was only one challenge. Earth also needed a way to keep its climate from drifting uncontrollably in the opposite direction. Over immense periods, interactions among rain, rocks, oceans, volcanoes, and carbon dioxide have acted as a kind of slow planetary thermostat. Carbon dioxide can dissolve into rainwater, participate in the weathering of rocks, travel toward the oceans, become incorporated into sediments, and eventually return through geological activity. The process is not perfectly stable and has never prevented dramatic climate changes, but it has helped Earth remain within a range where liquid water could repeatedly persist instead of permanently losing itself to runaway heating or global ice. Beneath your feet, another unusual system has been operating for most of planetary history. Earth's outer shell is divided into moving plates. Plate tectonics constantly destroys and creates crust, raises mountains, opens oceans, recycles chemical elements, and connects the deep interior to the atmosphere. Whether plate tectonics is absolutely required for complex life remains uncertain, but its influence on Earth has been enormous. Without geological recycling, the long-term availability of certain nutrients and the regulation of atmospheric carbon could have followed very different paths. Even continents themselves have been changing participants rather than permanent scenery. Their growth altered coastlines, erosion, nutrient delivery, ocean circulation, and the amount of shallow marine habitat available to organisms. Then there is the Moon, born according to the leading model after a colossal collision early in Earth's history. That catastrophe may have helped determine the planet you inhabit today. The Moon raises tides, has gradually slowed Earth's rotation, and influences the stability of Earth's axial tilt. It is often said that without the Moon, Earth's climate would become completely chaotic, but the scientific picture is more nuanced. Earth could still possess some degree of rotational stability without it. What can be said confidently is that the Moon has significantly shaped Earth's rotational and tidal history, meaning that the development of this planet occurred under conditions that would have been different without that ancient impact. Even Earth's internal structure matters. The planet retains enough heat for a dynamic mantle and possesses a liquid metallic outer core whose motion generates a global magnetic field. That field does not create a perfect shield around Earth, and planets without strong magnetic fields are not automatically sterile, but it changes how charged particles from the Sun interact with the upper atmosphere. Meanwhile, Earth's gravity has been strong enough to retain a substantial atmosphere while still allowing that atmosphere to evolve dramatically through volcanic activity, chemical reactions, impacts, and eventually life itself. The timing of those changes was crucial. For a huge fraction of Earth's existence, the atmosphere contained almost no free oxygen. Photosynthetic microorganisms eventually began releasing oxygen, but the transformation was not immediate. Oxygen reacted with iron and other materials before it could accumulate substantially in the atmosphere. Around 2.5 billion years ago, atmospheric oxygen began rising during what scientists call the Great Oxidation Event, permanently altering the chemistry of the planet. Much later, oxygen levels changed again, helping create conditions in which larger and more energetically demanding organisms could thrive. Yet oxygen was dangerous before organisms evolved ways to use and tolerate it. One creature's waste product became another creature's opportunity. Earth's history repeatedly shows this pattern. Conditions that seem necessary from your present perspective were often consequences of earlier biological and geological accidents. Even disaster played an ambiguous role. Asteroid impacts, enormous volcanic eruptions, severe climate shifts, and mass extinctions repeatedly destroyed ecosystems, sometimes eliminating most species alive at the time. You might imagine that a perfectly peaceful Earth would have been better for intelligence, but evolution does not work toward a predetermined destination. Extinctions close evolutionary paths while opening others. The impact that ended the age of non-avian dinosaurs about 66 million years ago was catastrophic for countless organisms. Yet its aftermath created ecological opportunities in which mammals diversified dramatically. That does not mean the impact caused humans, or that humans were destined to appear afterward. Quite the opposite. rewind Earth and alter the timing, location, or magnitude of that collision, and the future could branch into something entirely different. Perhaps intelligent beings still emerge. Perhaps nothing remotely like you ever does. This is why Earth's apparent luck becomes difficult to evaluate scientifically. You are examining history from the only outcome you know succeeded. Every feature that contributed to your existence can look inevitable afterward, even if it was contingent while it happened. It is like walking through an ancient forest and discovering that a particular path led you safely home. Looking backward, every turn now seems meaningful, but you cannot easily know how many alternative routes might also have worked. Some planets may not need Earth's exact combination of oceans, continents, tectonics, moons, magnetic fields, atmospheric chemistry, and catastrophes. Life elsewhere could succeed through routes nature never used here. But Earth teaches you something important, nevertheless. Habitability is not merely a location. It is a history. A world can begin favorably and later lose its atmosphere, freeze, overheat, dry out, or remain biologically simple. The conditions supporting complex life may have to persist, change, recover, and interact over billions of years. When you look around at forests, oceans, animals, and your own hands, you are therefore seeing more than the result of a planet occupying the right distance from a star. You are seeing the accumulated consequence of ancient collisions, moving continents, changing atmospheres, microbial revolutions, climatic recoveries, and evolutionary accidents layered one upon another across almost unimaginable time. Perhaps many worlds experience their own successful chains, entirely different from ours. Perhaps most chains break somewhere along the way. You cannot yet know, but Earth quietly warns you not to confuse a planet that looks promising today with a planet capable of remaining promising for billions of years. Because the remarkable thing about your world may not be that it once became suitable for life. It may be that, through countless changes and near disasters, it stayed suitable long enough for something on its surface to finally look back at the sky and wonder how lucky it had been. Simple life could be common, while complex life is incredibly rare. A planet may be covered in living cells for billions of years and still never produce anything with eyes, muscles, nervous systems, or thoughts. That possibility is easy to miss because when you look at Earth today, life seems naturally drawn toward complexity. Forests rise from soil, animals move through oceans and skies, and your own body contains trillions of cells organized into tissues that cooperate with astonishing precision. But Earth's deeper history tells a very different story. For most of the time life has existed here, the planet was dominated almost entirely by microscopic organisms. Bacteria and archaea appeared extraordinarily early in Earth's biological record, yet complex multicellular organisms arrived much later. That long delay suggests that the step from simple life to complex life may not be automatic at all. A single microbial cell is already an extraordinary chemical machine, but it can survive without becoming part of anything larger. It can reproduce, exchange genetic material, adapt to changing environments, and occupy nearly every habitable niche available to it. From evolution's point of view, there is no requirement to become bigger, more intelligent, or more complicated if a simpler form is already successful. Complexity is not a ladder that life is forced to climb. It is one possible path among many. One of the most important transitions in Earth's history occurred when a cell acquired another cell and, instead of digesting it, formed a permanent partnership. Over immense evolutionary time, that internal partner became what you now call the mitochondrion, the energy-producing structure found in nearly every complex cell in your body. This event, known as endosymbiosis, helped create eukaryotic cells, the kind of cells from which animals, plants, fungi, and many other organisms are built. What makes this transition so intriguing is that it appears to have been rare. Simple cells evolved into countless forms, but all known complex eukaryotic life seems to trace its ancestry back to a shared early lineage that incorporated mitochondria. Some researchers have argued that the energetic advantages provided by mitochondria allowed cells to support larger genomes, more internal machinery, and eventually far more elaborate bodies. Other scientists emphasize that complexity probably depended on many factors acting together, and the exact reasons eukaryotes emerged when they did are still debated. Either way, Earth offers no evidence that bacterial life repeatedly and easily reinvented this transition from scratch. Then another difficult transformation was required. Complex cells had to begin living cooperatively in stable multicellular bodies. Multicellularity itself has evolved independently several times, which tells you that this step is not unique. But the leap from a loose collection of cells to organisms with specialized tissues is much more demanding than simply sticking together. Cells have to communicate. Some must give up their ability to reproduce independently. Growth must be controlled. Damaged or rebellious cells must be removed. Different parts of the organism must coordinate development from a single starting cell. Every large animal you have ever seen depends on systems that prevent billions or trillions of individual cells from behaving entirely for themselves. Cancer gives you a glimpse of what happens when that cooperation breaks down. In that sense, complex life is not merely more cells. It is an evolutionary agreement among cells, maintained generation after generation. The environment also placed limits on what complexity could achieve. Large active organisms require substantial amounts of usable energy, and for much of Earth's past, the oceans and atmosphere were very different from today. Oxygen eventually became an important fuel for complex metabolisms because aerobic respiration allows cells to extract large amounts of energy from food. But oxygen levels did not simply rise smoothly until animals appeared. Earth passed through long intervals of low oxygen, changing ocean chemistry and biological innovation. Even after complex cells existed, large animal life took an enormous amount of time to become ecologically prominent. And once animals did diversify, complexity still did not automatically produce intelligence. Most complex organisms that have ever lived never built tools, developed language, or studied the stars. Jellyfish are complex, trees are complex, coral reefs contain extraordinary biological organization. None of them needed technological intelligence to remain successful. This distinction matters when you imagine life elsewhere. A distant ocean could be biologically rich, yet remain forever microbial. A planet might develop photosynthesis, global ecosystems, and chemistry altered by life without ever producing a creature large enough to leave a footprint. Even a world with multicellular organisms might remain populated by forms whose evolution never favors large brains, dexterous limbs, prolonged learning, or social behavior. From far away, such a planet could be alive in every meaningful biological sense, while appearing completely silent to anyone searching for technology. This creates a fascinating possibility for the cosmic census. The universe could contain far more living worlds than intelligent ones. If microbial life begins relatively easily, but several later transitions are difficult, then biology might be widespread, while complex organisms remain exceptional. Scientists cannot yet say whether this is true, because Earth is still the only planet where we can trace life across geological time, but the pattern here is worth taking seriously. Simple organisms appeared early and then dominated for billions of years. Complexity required additional innovations, and each innovation opened possibilities without guaranteeing what came next. Perhaps that is the lesson hidden in the oldest rocks beneath your feet. Evolution does not hurry toward creatures like you. It does not know that brains are coming. It does not aim for consciousness. It simply preserves what works well enough to continue. A microscopic organism dividing quietly in a warm ocean may already be an evolutionary success story, requiring no further chapter. So when you imagine alien life, perhaps you should not begin with cities under unfamiliar stars. Begin instead with a drop of water containing a single cell. That cell might be common in the cosmos. The truly rare event may be everything that has to happen afterward, before life ever becomes complex enough to wonder where anybody else is. It took billions of years for complex life to appear on Earth. For almost 3 billion years, Earth was alive without looking anything like a living world you would recognize. If you could have stood on the shoreline of the planet during much of that immense span, there would have been no forests behind you, no animals moving through the water, no insects above the ground, and no footprints waiting in the mud. The planet could be biologically active while remaining visually almost empty. This is one of the strangest lessons hidden in Earth's geological record, because life itself seems to have appeared relatively early, while large and structurally complex organisms arrived extraordinarily late. Earth formed about 4.5 billion years ago, and evidence suggests that life was established at least more than 3.5 billion years ago, although scientists continue debating exactly how far back the earliest reliable signs extend. Yet recognizable animals do not become prominent in the fossil record until hundreds of millions of years before the present, leaving an enormous interval during which evolution was happening, without producing anything remotely resembling the ecosystems around you today. To appreciate how long that interval really was, imagine compressing Earth's entire history into a single 24-hour day. Life would appear surprisingly early, but animals would not become conspicuous until late in the evening, and humans would arrive only in the final moments before midnight. Most of the planetary story would therefore belong to organisms too small to see with your naked eye. For geologists, one particularly fascinating chapter stretches through the middle of the Proterozoic eon, roughly between 1.8 billion and 800 million years ago. It has sometimes been informally called the boring billion, not because nothing happened, but because compared with more turbulent intervals before and after it, several aspects of Earth's environment and biological evolution appear to have changed relatively slowly. The name can be misleading, because important evolution certainly continued, but the phrase captures something worth noticing. A planet can remain inhabited for astonishing lengths of time without producing an obvious explosion of biological complexity. Why the delay lasted so long remains an active scientific problem. Part of the answer may lie in the oceans themselves. Ancient seas were chemically unlike modern oceans, and nutrients essential to biological productivity were distributed differently. Phosphorus, nitrogen, iron, sulfur, and other elements moved through marine environments according to changing geological and chemical conditions, potentially limiting how much biological activity certain ecosystems could support. Oxygen was also distributed unevenly. Even after oxygen began accumulating in the atmosphere, that did not mean every ocean suddenly became richly oxygenated from surface to seafloor. Large portions of ancient oceans could remain oxygen poor or chemically hostile to organisms requiring energetic lifestyles. The planet had changed, but it had not yet become the consistently breathable world you unconsciously imagine whenever you hear the word Earth. Then, late in the Proterozoic, the environmental story became dramatically more restless. Earth experienced severe glaciations so extensive that ice may have reached very low latitudes, events commonly associated with the snowball Earth hypothesis. Exactly how completely the oceans froze remains debated, but geological evidence shows that extraordinary global glaciations occurred. Imagine what that means for evolution. Habitats compressed, sunlight conditions changed, ocean circulation reorganized. Erosion patterns shifted, and when the ice retreated, enormous quantities of weathered material could enter the oceans. Rather than being merely interruptions, these climatic upheavals may have altered nutrient cycles and marine chemistry in ways that helped reshape biological opportunities. After these ancient frozen intervals came another extraordinary chapter. By roughly 575 million years ago, the fossil record begins preserving the Ediacaran biota, an assortment of large organisms whose bodies often look so unfamiliar that even determining how some of them lived remains difficult. Some were flat and quilted, some resembled fronds anchored to the seafloor, and others possessed body plans with no obvious modern equivalent. You are looking here at evolution experimenting with large size before the familiar animal world had fully taken shape. These organisms remind you that complexity did not arrive as a completed design. It explored forms, lost branches, and biological possibilities that would later disappear. Then, beginning around 539 million years ago, the Cambrian period preserves a striking increase in the diversity and abundance of animals, with recognizable anatomical structures. The phrase Cambrian explosion can make it sound as though complex animals suddenly appeared from nothing, but that is not what happened. Their evolutionary roots extend earlier, and the apparent burst reflects a combination of genuine biological diversification, ecological change, the evolution of hard body parts that fossilize more easily, and improvements in the geological record available to scientists. Nevertheless, something important was happening. Predation intensified. Burrowing animals transformed seafloor sediments. Skeletons, shells, eyes, grasping structures, defensive armor, and increasingly elaborate ways of sensing the environment became prominent. For the first time, ecosystems began developing many of the interactive dynamics that would feel familiar in later animal history. One organism evolved a better way to catch prey, and another benefited from improved defense. Greater mobility changed where food could be found. Burrowing changed the chemistry of sediments. Vision altered the relationship between hunters and the hunted. Evolution was no longer simply producing organisms. Organisms were becoming major parts of one another's environments. This helps reveal why the enormous delay before complex life matters. Perhaps complexity required not one miraculous breakthrough, but a planetary accumulation of conditions that had to mature together. Environmental chemistry, ecological interactions, genetic innovations, developmental systems, climate stability punctuated by disruption, and enough time for each change to create opportunities for the next. Remove one ingredient and another route might still work, but you cannot assume the timetable would remain the same. There is also a quieter implication hidden here. When astronomers imagine an old planet around another star, age alone tells them surprisingly little. A world could be biologically active for 2 billion years and still contain nothing larger than microscopic communities. Another could spend billions of years approaching ecological transitions that never arrive. Even if 2 planets begin hosting life at approximately the same age, their biological clocks need not run at the same speed. Evolution does not move according to a universal schedule. There is no deadline at which a planet must invent animals, vision, nervous systems, or intelligence. Earth itself waited through almost unimaginable stretches of time before producing large organisms. And even then, the transition unfolded through many experiments rather than one inevitable ascent. That realization changes the way you look backward at your own existence. You are separated from the earliest terrestrial life not merely by evolutionary distance, but by billions of years, during which nothing resembling you was guaranteed to appear. Entire oceans lived and changed without eyes ever seeing them. Continents assembled and broke apart while no mind knew they existed. Stars crossed the night sky above a living Earth that contained no creature capable of wondering what a star was. The planet was not waiting for intelligence. It was simply continuing. And perhaps that is the most important lesson hidden in those silent billions of years. Life can begin, persist, adapt, and successfully occupy a world without ever being in a hurry to become complex. When you finally appear near the end of that immense history and ask why the universe has not filled itself with recognizable beings, Earth answers with its own past. Becoming alive may be one achievement. Becoming complicated enough to look around and know that you are alive may be a completely different journey. And on our own planet, that journey consumed almost the entire history of the world. Intelligence may not be evolution's inevitable destination. A shark does not dream of becoming a dolphin. An octopus is not halfway to becoming a human. And evolution has never contained a hidden instruction telling life to grow smarter. That idea can feel surprisingly difficult to accept because you are looking backward from the unusual position of being an intelligent animal, capable of studying its own history. And from here, the path can seem almost purposeful. Simple organisms appear, bodies become more elaborate, nervous systems grow, brains expand, and eventually something invents language. Mathematics, telescopes, and questions about the universe. But natural selection does not see the future. It does not reward organisms for moving towards some distant ideal called intelligence. It favors traits that help genes persist under particular conditions, and sometimes the most successful solution is not a larger brain but a stronger shell, a better camouflage pattern, A slower metabolism, a poisonous leaf, a more efficient immune system, or simply the ability to reproduce quickly? Consider how expensive your own brain is. It represents only a small fraction of your body mass, yet it consumes a remarkably large share of the energy your body uses at rest. Nervous tissue is metabolically demanding. Neurons must maintain electrical gradients, communicate across enormous networks, repair delicate structures, and remain supplied with oxygen and nutrients every moment you are alive. A larger brain also creates developmental costs. Human infants require years of care before becoming independent, partly because building and training such a complicated nervous system takes time. That long childhood demands parents, social cooperation, protection, and reliable access to food. Intelligence, then, is not a free evolutionary upgrade. It is an expensive biological strategy that must continuously earn its cost. In an environment where speed, armor, fertility, or simplicity works better, a large brain may be unnecessary or even disadvantageous. This is one reason some extremely successful organisms have changed relatively little in their basic lifestyle for immense spans of evolutionary time. They are not evolutionary failures waiting for a brain to arrive. They are solutions that already work. Even among animals with sophisticated nervous systems, intelligence has taken very different forms. Crows can solve multi-step problems, remember human faces, use tools, and alter their behavior based on experience. Parrots can display impressive learning and social cognition. Dolphins coordinate socially, learn from one another, and possess complex communication systems. Elephants show remarkable memory and flexible social behavior. Then there are octopuses, which should make you especially cautious about imagining intelligence as a single ladder. Your last common ancestor with an octopus lived hundreds of millions of years ago and possessed nothing resembling either a human or an octopus brain. Yet cephalopods independently evolved elaborate nervous systems, excellent learning abilities, problem-solving behavior, camouflage under rapid neural control, and an architecture in which a large portion of their neurons is distributed through their arms. An octopus does not merely represent a stranger version of human intelligence. It demonstrates that evolution can construct sophisticated cognition from a radically different body plan. Birds offer another lesson. Their brains are organized differently from mammalian brains, yet some species achieve cognitive abilities once assumed to require a primate-style cortex. Intelligence has therefore appeared repeatedly in partial forms, but repetition does not imply destiny. Evolution may repeatedly discover memory, planning, communication, social learning, and flexible behavior because these traits can be useful, while never combining them into the particular package that produced humans. And even the word intelligence can mislead you because it compresses many abilities into one label. Spatial memory is one kind of cognitive advantage. Recognizing individuals is another. Navigating thousands of kilometers is another. Manipulating objects, predicting another animal's behavior, learning vocal signals, planning, imitating, cooperating, deceiving, and understanding cause and effect do not necessarily evolve together. A species can be extraordinary at one and unremarkable at another. Your mind tends to arrange these capacities vertically, placing humans at the top, but evolution is better imagined as an enormous branching landscape. Different branches solve different problems. There is no summit toward which all of them climb. Human intelligence itself may have depended on an unusually specific combination of traits rather than brain size alone. You inherited primate hands capable of precise manipulation, forward-facing vision useful for coordinating those hands, a highly social ancestry, long periods of juvenile learning, flexible communication, and eventually an exceptional capacity for cumulative culture. That final feature may be especially important. A single human does not personally rediscover fire, agriculture, metallurgy, writing, electricity, and computer science. Knowledge accumulates outside any one brain and passes between generations. Your species can therefore inherit information culturally in addition to genetically. A child is born into a world already filled with tools, symbols, techniques, stories, and institutions built by people who are gone. Intelligence becomes amplified by culture, and culture then changes the environment in which intelligence operates. But nothing in natural selection guaranteed that these ingredients would meet. Imagine an intelligent marine species with excellent memory and social learning, but no easy way to control fire underwater. Imagine a clever animal whose body cannot manipulate objects precisely. Imagine another with capable limbs, but a short lifespan that leaves little time for learning. Imagine a solitary species whose members rarely exchange discoveries. Each could possess impressive cognition without following anything resembling the human path. Even on Earth, there were other members of the human lineage with large brains, sophisticated tools, and complex behavior, including Neanderthals and Denisovans, yet only Homo sapiens remains. Intelligence did not simply appear once and march inevitably forward. It branched, competed, interacted, and sometimes vanished. This is where the question of extraterrestrial life becomes more unsettling without requiring any dramatic speculation. A living world could produce complex ecosystems filled with creatures capable of sensing, learning, hunting, cooperating, remembering, and communicating, and still never produce a species that asks what a star is. Natural selection has no reason to care whether a planet eventually understands astronomy. If a creature survives perfectly well by detecting vibrations beneath the ground, remembering seasonal food sources, or recognizing members of its group, there is no invisible pressure demanding that its descendants develop abstract mathematics. You exist because one branch of evolution happened to enter a narrow and unusual feedback loop in which intelligence, social learning, dexterity, language, and culture increasingly reinforced one another. From inside that branch, consciousness can feel like the inevitable destination of life. From the wider tree, it may look more like one strange experiment among millions. And perhaps this changes the way you should imagine an inhabited universe. You do not have to picture empty planets on one side and civilizations on the other. There may be an enormous middle ground, worlds filled with organisms that hunt, hide, communicate, remember, cooperate, compete, and perhaps experience their surroundings richly, yet never develop the particular kind of intelligence that turns curiosity into science. A moonlit alien ocean could contain creatures as behaviorally sophisticated as dolphins and still remain forever without astronomy. A forest beneath another sun could contain complex social animals that recognize one another for decades while never inventing writing. Intelligence may emerge many times in limited forms, flourish for a while, and lead nowhere beyond the ecological problems it evolved to solve. That possibility does not make evolution disappointing. It makes your own existence more difficult to interpret. You are not standing at the top of a staircase that every living planet must eventually climb. You may be standing at the end of one narrow branch that happened, for reasons still only partly understood, to turn awareness back upon the universe itself. And if that branch is unusual, then somewhere beyond Earth, there may already be countless eyes looking at unfamiliar skies without a single mind behind them ever wondering what the lights mean. Technological civilizations may exist for only a brief cosmic moment. A civilization could master electricity, build machines, map its own planet, and begin reaching toward the stars, only for that entire technological chapter to occupy such a thin slice of cosmic history that another civilization would almost certainly miss it. The idea becomes easier to understand when you separate intelligence from technological visibility. A species might exist for millions of years, yet spend only a small portion of that time producing the kinds of large-scale technological effects that distant observers could plausibly recognize. Humanity itself illustrates the problem. Homo sapiens has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, but nearly all of the technologies you associate with a modern civilization, electrical grids, powered flight, space flight, global telecommunications, nuclear engineering, digital computing, appeared astonishingly recently. If you could watch Earth's entire human history from far away and speed it up, the technological era would look less like a long age and more like a sudden flash near the end. This matters because scientists thinking about extraterrestrial civilizations are not merely asking how often intelligence evolves. They must also ask how long a civilization remains in a state that makes it recognizable as technological. That unknown duration is so important that it appears explicitly in the famous Drake equation, not because the equation can predict the number of civilizations with certainty, but because it reveals something uncomfortable. Even a galaxy that produces many technological societies could contain very few of them at any particular moment if their recognizable technological phases are short. Imagine a lighthouse that turns on for only 10 seconds every 1,000 years. The coastline could contain many lighthouses, yet if you looked at the wrong moment, you would conclude that the shore was dark. Civilizations may create a similar timing problem on an incomparably larger scale. Their technological eras might last centuries, thousands of years, millions of years, or perhaps much longer. At present, humanity has no second example from which to estimate the typical answer. And importantly, a short technological window does not necessarily mean catastrophe. It is tempting to imagine every civilization ending in war or environmental collapse, but disappearance and transformation are not the same thing. Technology itself changes. A civilization might move through recognizable stages quickly, becoming quieter, more efficient, more localized, or simply different from the technological society that first emerged. What looks obvious during one century may become obsolete during the next. Consider your own world. Steam engines once represented the frontier of industrial power. Telegraph wires once transformed communication. Vacuum tubes once filled rooms with machinery that modern electronics can replace on tiny chips. Enormous technological systems can rise, dominate, and become museum pieces within a few generations. Now extend that rate of change not for a century but for 10,000 years. Trying to predict what an advanced civilization would look like after that interval may be like asking a person from the Bronze Age to imagine cloud computing. They might understand neither the tools nor the behaviors associated with them. This creates a deeper problem for the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Technological civilizations may not remain in one easily recognizable category for very long. The period between inventing powerful technology and transforming into something radically different could be brief compared with the lifetime of the species itself. Biology operates slowly, but culture can accelerate. Once information begins accumulating outside individual brains, in books, machines, institutions, software, and shared systems, change no longer waits for genetic evolution. One generation can inherit a technological world radically different from the one its grandparents knew. That acceleration can make a civilization's observable character unstable on astronomical timescales. 1,000 years feels almost impossibly long to you, because it reaches beyond personal memory and recorded family history. But to a star, it is almost nothing. Even 10,000 years, enough time for human civilization to change beyond recognition many times over, is a tiny interval compared with the age of a planetary system. If technological societies commonly remain in some recognizable phase for only such intervals, then the universe could repeatedly produce them without filling the present moment with obvious neighbors. There is another subtlety. The beginning of technology is not a single event. Humans did not suddenly cross a bright line one morning and become technological. Stone tools are technology. Controlled fire is technology. Agriculture is technology. Metallurgy, navigation, printing, engines, electronics, and spaceflight are progressively different ways of manipulating nature. So when astronomers speak of a technological civilization, the useful question is not simply whether a species uses tools, but whether its activities become distinguishable from natural processes across enormous distances. That threshold could occur late in a civilization's history, and it might not remain crossed forever. A society could therefore be intelligent and technologically sophisticated for a long time, while spending only a comparatively narrow interval in a form another world could identify. Think about how many human cultures have already risen and vanished without leaving more than fragments behind. Entire languages disappeared. Cities were abandoned. Technologies were forgotten and rediscovered. On Earth, those losses can be reconstructed because archaeologists can touch the ruins. Across interstellar distances, there is no archaeologist standing beside the stones. An observer receives only whatever evidence happens to escape the planet during the period when they are looking. This turns cosmic loneliness into a problem not only of distance but of timing. Two worlds could each produce remarkable civilizations and still inhabit different chapters of galactic history. One might flourish when the other contains only microbes. By the time the second becomes technological, the first civilization may have transformed beyond recognition or simply cease to exist. Neither world would need to be uniquely unlucky. Their clocks would merely fail to align. And once you begin thinking this way, the apparent emptiness around you becomes less straightforward. The question is no longer only how many civilizations have ever existed, because ever can hide an enormous cemetery of missed moments. What matters is how many are present in a recognizable technological state now, during the tiny interval in which humanity itself happens to be capable of looking. You may therefore be living through something much rarer than the existence of intelligence. The brief moment when a species becomes technologically visible enough to search for others, while others, somewhere, would also have to be visible enough to be found. Perhaps civilizations are not permanent lights scattered across the galaxy. Perhaps they are sparks, some lasting longer than others, some changing form before anyone notices, each appearing against billions of years of darkness. And if that is true, then the silence above you may not mean that the universe never learned how to build technological minds. It may mean that cosmic history is filled with moments that almost never happen at the same time. The great filter may be somewhere between dead matter and the stars. Somewhere in the history of a successful civilization, there may be a doorway that almost nothing in the universe manages to pass through. That is the unsettling idea behind the great filter. Not a physical barrier floating between planets, not a mysterious force destroying life, but one or more evolutionary or technological transitions that are extraordinarily difficult to complete. The concept was developed as a way of thinking about the strange gap between a universe that appears capable of producing planets and the absence of confirmed civilizations beyond Earth, instead of asking only why you do not see anyone else. The great filter asks you to imagine the entire path from lifeless matter to a civilization capable of leaving a noticeable mark on its cosmic environment. At the beginning of that path is chemistry on a young world. Much farther along are self-replicating organisms, increasingly organized biological systems, creatures capable of complex behavior, technological societies, and perhaps forms of civilization able to persist and expand far beyond their birthplace. The crucial insight is that you do not need every step to be unlikely. If just one transition along that sequence is extraordinarily rare, the final outcome can become rare as well. Picture a long hallway containing 10 doors. 9 might open easily, but if the 10th opens only once in an unimaginably large number of attempts, almost nobody reaches the room beyond it. From inside that final room, however, you would have no immediate way to know which door caused the difficulty, because you necessarily belong to one of the rare journeys that succeeded. That is the position humanity occupies. You can look backward and see that certain milestones happened here, but the fact that they happened does not tell you how probable they were before they occurred. This distinction is easy to overlook. Suppose there were a transition in Earth's history so improbable that on most suitable planets it never happened at all. Because your ancestors passed through it, it would now appear as an ordinary chapter in a textbook. The event might no longer look miraculous after billions of years of descendants had obscured how unlikely its beginning really was. This is one reason the Great Filter is not a claim that scientists have identified a particular obstacle. It is a framework for organizing uncertainty. The filter could lie very early in the sequence, somewhere near the transition from non-living chemistry to systems capable of evolution. It could lie later, in one of the major reorganizations necessary for highly structured organisms. It could involve the emergence of flexible cognition, the development of cumulative technology, or some step humanity has not yet experienced. There might even be several moderately difficult filters rather than one nearly impossible event. The universe does not owe you a single dramatic bottleneck. A succession of smaller improbabilities can reduce the number of final civilizations just as effectively. This makes the problem more subtle than simply labeling one event rare. Scientists would ideally like to compare many independent examples of life and planetary evolution, because repeated histories would reveal which transitions occur easily and which repeatedly fail. But with only one complete biological history available for study, every stage is filtered through survival bias. You observe a planet where all the necessary past steps succeeded because observers could not exist on a planet where one of the indispensable earlier steps permanently failed. This is related to what philosophers and cosmologists call anthropic selection. The conditions you observe are partly constrained by the fact that they had to permit an observer like you to arise. That does not make those conditions meaningless, but it makes probability harder to infer from your own existence. Imagine interviewing the only person known to have survived an enormous maze and asking which corridor was most dangerous. Their successful route proves that every obstacle on that route was passable once. It tells you very little about how many others reached each point and disappeared. Earth's history is that surviving route. The Great Filter asks whether missing travelers might have been lost. This framework also changes the meaning of discoveries that might initially seem purely exciting. Suppose you eventually find evidence that a certain early biological milestone has occurred independently on many worlds. That would be wonderful scientifically, but within the Great Filter framework, it would also tell you that this particular milestone probably does not explain the rarity of advanced civilizations. The unknown bottleneck would be pushed farther along the sequence. Conversely, if extensive exploration eventually revealed that apparently suitable environments almost never contain even the earliest traces of biology, an early filter would become more plausible. The same reasoning can be applied to later stages. Each genuinely independent example would remove some uncertainty from one part of the path, while concentrating attention on what remains unexplained. This is why the search for extraterrestrial life is not merely a search for company. Every new example would become information about the architecture of probability itself. A fossil microorganism, an independent biosphere, a complex ecosystem, or an unmistakable technological artifact would each answer a different question about how difficult various transitions may be. And there is an important caution here. The Great Filter cannot currently tell you where the obstacle is, whether there is only one, or whether the entire framework will remain useful once humanity has better data. It is tempting to turn it into a frightening story in which some universal catastrophe inevitably waits for every civilization, but that goes far beyond what the idea itself establishes. The filter may be behind us. It may be distributed across many stages. Some apparent filters may turn out not to be filters at all once other examples are discovered. The value of the concept is not that it predicts doom. It is that it forces you to confront how little you know about the chain that connects chemistry to cosmic awareness. When you look at yourself, you see the completed product of every earlier success. Atoms organized into cells, cells organized into a body, a nervous system capable of memory, hands capable of building instruments, and a culture capable of reconstructing events billions of years before its own birth. Because all of those transitions lie behind you, they can feel natural. But nature does not guarantee that a successful outcome reveals how easy the journey was. Perhaps one of those ancient thresholds was crossed only because Earth won a cosmic lottery, whose odds you have not yet learned to calculate. Perhaps the difficult doorway is somewhere else entirely. Until another independent evolutionary history is found, you are left holding a map drawn from a single traveler, with every completed step marked clearly and every probability hidden. And that may be the deepest meaning of the Great Filter. Somewhere between ordinary matter and a civilization capable of reaching toward the stars, the universe may ask a question that almost no world manages to answer. The most dangerous Great Filter could still be ahead of us. The most unsettling version of the Great Filter is not buried somewhere in Earth's ancient past, it is the possibility that humanity has successfully crossed all the unlikely early barriers only to be approaching the hardest one now. This idea is not a scientific prediction that civilization is doomed, and the silence of the universe does not prove that a catastrophe awaits us. It is a logical possibility that becomes important precisely because we do not yet know which stages in the path toward a long-lived technological civilization are difficult. If the rarest transitions happened before humans appeared, then your existence would be evidence that Earth has already survived them. But if planets frequently produce intelligence and technology, while very few technological societies endure long enough to become stable on astronomical timescales, then the missing step could lie somewhere beyond humanity's current level of development. What makes this possibility especially interesting is that technology changes the kinds of dangers a species faces. For most of human history, no individual or small group possessed tools capable of altering conditions across the entire planet. A failed harvest could destroy a community, a disease could devastate a region, a war could erase a kingdom. Yet humanity as a species was geographically scattered, technologically limited, and difficult to eliminate through any single human action. Modern civilization has reversed part of that protection. The same scientific knowledge that allows you to produce vaccines, predict storms, communicate instantly across continents, generate enormous amounts of energy, and send machines beyond Earth also creates increasingly powerful ways of affecting biological, ecological, informational, and military systems. The danger is not technology itself. The deeper problem is that the power of a civilization can grow faster than its ability to coordinate how that power is used. Nuclear weapons offered one of the first unmistakable examples. For the first time, political decisions made by a relatively small number of people could produce destruction on a scale extending far beyond a battlefield, potentially disturbing global systems on which people who had no role in the conflict depended. Biotechnology introduces a different form of asymmetry. Techniques designed to understand and manipulate living systems can produce enormous benefits, while sufficiently advanced capabilities may also make biological accidents or deliberate misuse more consequential. Artificial intelligence raises another category of questions. Not because there is scientific proof that advanced AI will destroy humanity, but because increasingly capable autonomous systems could eventually influence economies, infrastructure, military decisions, scientific research, and information environments in ways that become difficult to supervise if capabilities advance faster than safeguards. Climate change offers a slower lesson in the same underlying difficulty. Humanity does not need to intend planetary disruption in order to produce it. Billions of individually understandable choices can accumulate into a global effect that no single person controls. These risks are different from one another and should not be casually treated as equally likely, but together, they reveal a pattern that could matter to the great filter. Intelligence gives a species the ability to solve problems, while technological intelligence eventually gives it the ability to create problems larger than anything its ancestors evolved to manage. Your brain was shaped for social groups, immediate threats, visible rivals, short human lifetimes, and environments in which consequences could often be understood locally. Modern civilization asks that same brain to reason about effects unfolding across generations. Continents, computer networks, ecosystems, and technologies whose behavior may be difficult even for experts to predict completely. The challenge may therefore be less dramatic than a single apocalyptic invention. A future filter could consist of repeated failures of coordination. A civilization might become powerful enough that mistakes are global while remaining politically divided enough that preventing those mistakes is extraordinarily difficult. It might develop technologies faster than laws, norms, institutions, and safety practices can adapt. It might become dependent on tightly interconnected systems so efficient that failures propagate farther than they once could. Electricity, satellites, global logistics, digital networks, medicine, agriculture, finance, and communication make billions of lives possible at modern standards. But interdependence means that resilience becomes as important as efficiency. A sophisticated civilization must learn not merely how to build complicated systems, but how to keep them functioning through shocks it cannot perfectly foresee. And extinction is not the only possible failure. A civilization could survive biologically while losing the conditions necessary for sustained scientific and technological progress. Severe global collapse could destroy institutions, supply chains, specialized knowledge networks, industrial capacity, and the social trust required to rebuild highly complex systems. Whether humanity could recover from different kinds of global catastrophe is an active area of research, and the answer would depend enormously on what survived. This introduces a subtle point often lost when the Great Filter is described as a cosmic wall. Passing the future filter might not mean avoiding every disaster. Earth has always contained danger. The real test may be whether a technological species becomes resilient enough that disasters stop being terminal. Natural threats provide useful perspective. Asteroid impacts, supervolcanic eruptions, extreme solar events, and other rare phenomena can seriously damage civilization. But technology can also reduce some of these dangers. Astronomers can discover threatening asteroids. Space missions have already demonstrated that the motion of a small asteroid can be deliberately altered. Global monitoring can identify outbreaks faster than earlier societies ever could. Scientific agriculture can protect against some environmental variation. In this sense, technology pushes in both directions at once. It creates new vulnerabilities while giving you unprecedented ability to understand and defend against old ones. That dual nature may be the real challenge. A civilization becomes safer only if its wisdom, institutions, foresight, and capacity for cooperation eventually catch up with its power. There is no known law of nature guaranteeing that they will, but there is also no known law saying they cannot. And this is why you should be cautious with the frightening interpretation of the Great Filter. Looking into an apparently quiet cosmos and concluding that humanity must soon destroy itself would be unjustified. We do not possess enough evidence to make that inference. The absence of confirmed extraterrestrial civilizations can be explained by many possibilities, and a future filter is only one family of them. Yet, as a thought experiment, it asks a valuable question that astronomy alone cannot answer. What does a species have to become in order to survive its own growing abilities? Perhaps the decisive transition is not inventing technology, but learning to live with powerful technology indefinitely. Perhaps reaching the stars is less difficult than reaching a state in which knowledge no longer increases danger faster than it increases protection. You were born into a civilization that has already learned to release the energy inside atoms, alter genetic information, reshape planetary chemistry, and construct machines that perform forms of reasoning once reserved for human minds. None of those achievements proves that a filter lies ahead, but they do mean that humanity has entered a stage in which its future depends increasingly on decisions rather than geology alone. For billions of years, Earth's story was written mainly by impacts, climates, mutations, ecosystems, and changing continents. Now, one species has become powerful enough to edit parts of that story deliberately. The frightening question is whether intelligence can mature as quickly as its tools. The hopeful question is hidden inside exactly the same fact. Unlike an asteroid or a volcanic eruption, many of the dangers created by civilization can also be understood by civilization. If the Great Filter is somewhere ahead, recognizing that possibility may itself be one of the few advantages you possess while approaching it. Alien civilizations may destroy themselves before we ever notice them. A civilization may become most dangerous to itself at the exact moment it becomes powerful enough to be noticed from another world. That possibility sounds dramatic, but it begins with a simple imbalance. Biological evolution produces intelligence slowly, while technology can increase a society's power astonishingly fast. A species can spend hundreds of thousands of years learning how to survive inside its environment and then, within only a small number of generations, acquire the ability to transform that environment on a planetary scale. The problem is not that intelligence naturally leads to destruction. There is no evidence that every technological civilization must collapse, and humanity cannot use its own unfinished history to establish a universal law about aliens. The real concern is that technological progress can create a period in which the consequences of mistakes grow faster than the mechanisms used to prevent them. A small society can make terrible decisions and damage itself locally. A planetary civilization can make equally ordinary mistakes with systems connected across an entire world. This creates what researchers studying catastrophic risk sometimes describe as a problem of scale. The same competition, misunderstanding, short-term thinking, institutional failure, or miscalculation that once affected thousands can eventually affect billions when civilization becomes globally interconnected. Imagine an alien species reaching industrial maturity. It discovers powerful sources of energy, learns to manufacture materials that never existed naturally on its planet, builds transportation networks, alters landscapes, and connects distant populations through rapidly moving information. None of these achievements is inherently suicidal. In fact, they may improve life enormously. But every new layer of capability also creates dependencies. Food may come from highly specialized agricultural regions. Essential components may be produced in only a few locations. Transportation may depend on precise networks. Water, energy, healthcare, computation, and communication may become woven together so tightly that the failure of one system can place stress on several others. Engineers on Earth study this phenomenon as cascading failure. A problem that begins in one part of a complex network can propagate because other parts depend upon it. Power grids provide a simple example. A local disturbance does not always remain local if surrounding systems become overloaded while attempting to compensate. Now imagine that principle operating not merely through electricity, but through the infrastructure of an entire advanced civilization. Complexity creates extraordinary efficiency. Yet efficiency can sometimes remove the spare capacity that makes systems resilient. An alien society might therefore face a strange transition in which becoming more advanced initially makes it more capable and more fragile at the same time. The danger would be greatest if its political and social structures remained divided while its technology became global. Evolution would not have prepared that species to manage planetary consequences any more than human ancestors were biologically prepared to understand financial networks or orbital mechanics. Natural selection shaped organisms to respond to dangers they could encounter directly. A predator nearby, a rival group, disappearing food, changing weather. Technological societies must respond to threats that may be delayed, distributed, statistical, and almost invisible until they become severe. That difference matters. A danger that kills immediately is easy for a nervous system to respect. A danger created slowly by millions of individually rational decisions is much harder to perceive emotionally. An advanced society could understand such a problem intellectually while still failing to coordinate a response. There is also a second difficulty. Technological competition can create situations in which behavior that is rational for one group becomes dangerous for everyone. If two rival societies believe that whichever develops a powerful technology first gains an overwhelming advantage, both may accelerate development, even if both would prefer greater caution. Neither side needs to be evil. Fear alone can create the race. Economists and political scientists recognize variations of this problem in arms races, common resource depletion, and strategic competition. On another planet, the details could be completely different, but the underlying logic would remain possible wherever independent groups share risks while competing for advantages. A civilization could therefore become trapped not because its members want destruction, but because no participant feels safe being the first to slow down. And collapse need not arrive as one spectacular final moment. History on Earth shows that complex societies can decline through combinations of pressures rather than a single cause. Environmental stress, political fragmentation, failing trade networks, demographic disruption, conflict, disease, and loss of institutional capacity can reinforce one another. An extraterrestrial civilization might experience its own version of such feedback, perhaps involving technologies and social structures humans have never imagined. If the disruption became global enough, technological capability could fall faster than it was originally built. Advanced systems require trained specialists, functioning education, reliable energy, precision manufacturing, stable information storage, and enormous chains of cooperation. Knowing that a technology is possible does not guarantee that a damaged civilization can reproduce it. You may know how a modern microprocessor works in principle, but that knowledge alone cannot recreate the mines, purification facilities, factories, software tools, transportation networks, and thousands of specialized processes required to manufacture one. Civilization stores knowledge not only in books or computers, but in living networks of expertise and infrastructure. Break enough of those connections and a technologically capable species could remain intelligent while losing much of what made it technologically powerful. That possibility changes the way you imagine alien extinction. Perhaps most civilizations do not literally kill every member of their species. Some may simply fail to maintain the complicated technological phase through which they briefly passed. Populations survive, cultures continue, intelligence remains, but the industrial and scientific network capable of producing a globally detectable civilization disappears, perhaps for centuries, perhaps permanently. From the inhabitants' perspective, this would be an enormous historical transformation. From another star, it might be almost invisible. And there is an even deeper question beneath all of this. Does technological power eventually select for civilizations capable of controlling it? Societies that survive repeated crises may improve institutions, build redundancies, develop better forecasting, learn cooperation, and deliberately design technologies that fail safely. In that sense, technological adolescence might be a dangerous period rather than an unavoidable endpoint. The civilizations that endure could be precisely those that learn to separate capability from recklessness. Unfortunately, you cannot currently test this idea against extraterrestrial examples. You do not know whether the universe contains thousands of societies that failed during their first few centuries of planetary power, or whether long-lived civilizations routinely solve these problems. All you can say is that self-destruction is physically possible. Universal self-destruction is not established, and the transition from local power to planetary power introduces challenges unlike those faced by pre-technological species. That leaves you with a quieter and more unsettling way to interpret the sky. Perhaps intelligence is not the final test faced by a civilization. Perhaps inventing powerful machines is not the final test either. The harder achievement may be learning how to possess enormous power without repeatedly turning temporary mistakes into irreversible ones. Somewhere under another sun, a species may have reached exactly the stage you recognize from your own world. Clever enough to reshape a planet, connected enough for every region to affect every other, and still learning how to think on the scale of the consequences it has created. Whether that stage becomes a doorway or a dead end may determine not only whether anyone survives, but whether there is ever anyone left for the rest of the universe to notice. Two civilizations could exist in the same galaxy and never overlap in time. Imagine discovering that another intelligent species once lived only a few hundred light years away, not across the universe, not in some unreachable galaxy, but practically in your cosmic neighborhood, and then learning that it disappeared 10 million years before the first human ancestor ever looked at the sky. Nothing supernatural would be required for this to happen. It is simply what becomes possible when you remember that civilizations occupy time as well as space. You naturally picture the Milky Way as a map, stars scattered across a disk, planets circling them, perhaps inhabited worlds separated by enormous distances. But that picture leaves out an entire dimension of the problem. Every civilization also has a beginning, a duration, and perhaps an end. And those intervals may be tiny compared with the age of the galaxy. The Milky Way is more than 13 billion years old, while the Sun formed roughly 4.5 billion years ago. Many stars in the galaxy existed long before Earth did, meaning that some planetary systems had billions of years of additional history in which biology could potentially develop. Others formed much later and may still be in stages that Earth passed through long ago. There is no reason to expect every habitable planet to begin its biological story at the same cosmic moment. Star formation has occurred across the history of the Milky Way. Planets have formed at different times, and the environments around them have changed at different rates. So even if intelligence emerged more than once, the resulting civilizations could be staggered across galactic history, like people entering the same enormous building thousands of years apart. One civilization might arise around an ancient star when Earth is still chemically young. It could develop culture, technology, art, science, and an entire history of its own, while our planet contains nothing capable of knowing it exists. Millions of years later, that civilization could disappear, transform, or simply cease to be technologically active. Only after another immense interval would humans emerge here. From our perspective, we would ask why the galaxy appears empty. From theirs, had they asked the same question long ago, Earth would have offered no answer, because there was no one here capable of giving one. This is sometimes described as a synchronization problem, and it reveals how misleading the word contemporary becomes on astronomical scales. Human civilization treats 1,000 years as deep history. Geology barely notices it. 1,000,000 years is enough time for species to change significantly, coastlines to move, climates to shift, and civilizations, if their histories resemble anything we understand, to rise and disappear many times over. Yet 1,000,000 years is still only a small fraction of the Milky Way's lifetime. Two technological species could therefore emerge relatively close together in cosmic terms and still miss each other completely. Suppose one existed from 12 million years ago until 11 million years ago, while another appears today. Their civilizations would be separated by what astronomy regards as a modest interval, but there would never have been a single living generation in which both worlds contain technological observers at once. Increase the separation to hundreds of millions or billions of years, and the number of possible missed encounters becomes enormous. This also changes the meaning of the phrase "alone in the galaxy." There are at least 3 different kinds of loneliness hidden inside it. Humanity could be the only technological civilization that has ever existed here. It could be one of many civilizations separated mainly by distance. Or it could inhabit a galaxy that has produced intelligent societies repeatedly, while almost never producing two during the same narrow slice of time. Those scenarios would feel identical if you looked only at the present sky. The third possibility is especially difficult for human intuition, because your mind is built to think in overlapping lifetimes. When you imagine ancient Egypt, dinosaurs, or the first forests, you know intellectually that they belong to different eras, but they are all compressed into the category called the past. Galactic history stretches that problem until ordinary intuition fails. Consider a hypothetical civilization that appeared 1 billion years before humans. 1 billion years ago, Earth itself already contained abundant life, but nothing resembling a technological species. Continents were arranged differently. Complex animal life had not yet reached anything like its present diversity. That alien society could have existed during an era when our world was biologically active yet utterly incapable of participating in a conversation between civilizations. Now reverse the situation. Somewhere today there could be a planet hosting simple organisms whose descendants, after another billion years of evolution, eventually develop intelligence. By then humanity may be profoundly transformed or absent. From the perspective of those future beings, we would belong to ancient galactic history, as remote from them as the earliest complex organisms are from you. They might wonder whether anyone intelligent had ever existed nearby, unaware that one answer had appeared and vanished long before they were capable of asking. This timing problem becomes even more interesting because planetary development does not proceed at a universal pace. Two planets of similar age need not produce comparable outcomes at comparable times. One world might remain geologically stable but biologically simple for immense periods. Another might undergo rapid ecological change. A third could repeatedly lose complex ecosystems and begin again. There is no cosmic clock that announces when intelligence should appear after a planet forms. Even if the underlying ingredients are similar, histories can diverge enormously. That means matching the age of two planets tells you very little about whether their civilizations, if any, would coexist. Think of two seeds planted on the same day. One germinates within days, another remains dormant for years. Now enlarge that difference from years to geological eras. The galaxy could contain many such asynchronous histories. And this introduces an important distinction between the number of civilizations that have ever existed and the number that exists simultaneously. Those are not the same quantity. A galaxy could produce a surprisingly large total number of technological societies across 10 billion years, while containing only one or none during most individual moments. Imagine a vast theatre that remains open for an entire year, but each performer appears alone on stage for a single minute. Hundreds of performers might eventually use the theatre, yet almost none would ever meet. Looking from the audience during one random minute, you might easily conclude that the stage had always been empty. Cosmic history can create the same illusion. This possibility does not explain the silence by itself, because scientists do not know how often civilizations arise or how long they endure, but it exposes a hidden assumption behind the expectation that extraterrestrial intelligence should be obvious. We often imagine other civilizations as though they must belong to our present. Nature has no obligation to synchronize them with us. Humanity's technological era occupies one particular moment produced by Earth's particular history around one particular star. Another world's moment could have occurred long before ours, or may not begin until long after it. When you stare into the Milky Way tonight then, you are not simply looking across distance. You are looking across a galaxy layered with different ages and unfinished histories. Some worlds may be younger than their stars, make them appear biologically. Others may have completed chapters you will never witness. The silence you experience today cannot tell you, by itself, whether minds have ever existed elsewhere in the Milky Way. It tells you only that no confirmed civilization is sharing this moment with us in a way we have recognized. And perhaps that is the quieter tragedy hidden inside the search for company among the stars. Two species could inhabit the same galaxy, study the same laws of nature, ask the same questions about loneliness, and remain forever strangers. Not because the universe placed them too far apart, but because time opened the door for one only after it had already closed for the other. The speed of light makes galactic conversations painfully slow. A reply from the nearest star system could take almost 9 years to reach you, even if the civilization answering your message responded the instant it arrived. That single fact changes the meaning of the word conversation once you leave Earth. Because every form of communication, you know, depends on electromagnetic signals. And in a vacuum, those signals cannot outrun light. Radio waves do not move more slowly because they are old-fashioned. And a perfectly focused laser does not gain some secret advantage because it is technologically sophisticated. Both travel at the same fundamental speed through empty space. On Earth, that limit feels almost invisible. A signal can circle the planet so quickly that delays are usually caused far more by cables, routers, processing and network design than by the speed of light itself. But stretch the distance between two worlds across light years, and the delay stops being a technical inconvenience. It becomes part of the structure of reality. Proxima Centauri, the nearest star beyond the Sun, is a little more than 4 light years away. If there were a technological civilization there and you transmitted a message tonight, your words would not arrive next week, next year, or even within the span of a university degree. More than 4 years would pass before the signal reached its destination. If someone there immediately understood it, composed a response and transmitted it back, more than another 4 years would pass before you received the answer. One greeting, one reply. Nearly 9 years. Ask a second question and another cycle begins. A conversation that takes 5 minutes across a table could consume decades between neighboring stars. And this is not a limitation engineers can solve simply by building a stronger transmitter. More power can make a signal easier to detect. Better antennas can help recover information from noise. Narrow beams can concentrate energy. none of those technologies make the information itself travel faster than light. According to special relativity, the speed of light is woven into the relationship between space, time, and cause and effect. It is not merely the current record held by photons, waiting for a better machine to break it. If usable information could routinely travel faster than light, different observers, moving relative to one another, could disagree about the order of events in ways that threaten ordinary causality, potentially allowing an effect to appear before its cause in some frames of reference. Physics, therefore, treats the light speed limit not as an engineering frustration, but as part of the architecture that keeps events consistently ordered. This means that even a civilization millions of years more advanced than humanity cannot simply be assumed to possess instant interstellar communication. Unknown physics may always surprise us, but no experimentally established method allows controllable information to be transmitted faster than light. Quantum entanglement is sometimes invoked as an escape route, yet it does not provide one. Entangled particles can produce correlations that seem astonishingly immediate, but those correlations cannot be used to encode and send an ordinary message faster than light. You cannot entangle two particles, keep one on Earth, send the other to another star, and then use your particle as a cosmic telephone. The information required to interpret the results still has to be communicated through normal channels. Nature allows the strange correlation while protecting the speed limit. Once you accept that, the social implications become almost more interesting than the physics. Imagine trying to maintain a relationship in which every sentence requires years before the other person even hears it. You send a detailed account of your world at age 30. By the time the response arrives, you may be nearing 40. The person who originally transmitted from the other planet may no longer hold the same position, beliefs, or even be alive. Governments could change between question and answer. Scientific theories could be overturned. Entire cultural movements could rise and disappear while a message is still in transit. Interstellar communication would therefore resemble archaeology mixed with correspondence. You would never really speak to another civilization as it is now. You would communicate with a delayed version of it, preserved inside radiation crossing space. They would experience the same problem with you. Every message would be a time capsule. If a world 50 light years away received a transmission from Earth, it would be learning about humanity as we were 50 years earlier. A reply sent immediately would return only after another 50 years. The people who initiated the exchange might never live to hear the answer. Communication on such scales would require a civilization to think beyond individual lifetimes. Institutions might have to inherit conversations. One generation would ask questions for another generation to receive. Archives would become part of diplomacy. Messages might need enough context to remain understandable after languages, technologies, and social assumptions had changed. Even the simplest exchange, "Who are you? What is your world like?" could become a project spanning families rather than minutes. And there is a psychological consequence hidden here. Humans associate communication with presence. When someone answers you immediately, you feel that they are with you in the same moment. Interstellar communication destroys that shared present. The civilization whose message reaches you tonight is not the civilization that exists tonight. You are hearing its past. If they are 20 light years away, every statement they make about themselves is already 20 years old when you receive it. Their weather has changed. Their leaders may have changed. Children mentioned in the transmission are now adults. Some of the people speaking may be dead. You can answer, but your answer will reach a future they cannot yet know. This creates a conversation in which neither side ever encounters the other in real time. You exchange histories across the dark, and perhaps this is why the speed of light matters so deeply to the search for intelligence. Distance does not merely make alien civilizations difficult to reach physically. It changes the very kind of relationship that could exist between them. Two species could detect each other, understand each other, and genuinely choose to communicate, yet still experience that communication as a chain of inherited letters passed across generations. The universe does not forbid conversation between the stars. It simply refuses to let that conversation happen at the speed your mind expects. And once you imagine waiting years for a single answer, You begin to understand that cosmic silence may sometimes be less like an empty room and more like a room so enormous that every voice arrives long after the speaker has changed. Our galaxy is so large that signals can take tens of thousands of years to cross it. If a powerful beacon were switched on somewhere on the far side of the Milky Way tonight, humanity might disappear, reappear in some transformed future, or become something entirely different before the first piece of that message ever reached Earth. The reason is not that the signal would be weak or that alien technology would necessarily be primitive. The obstacle is the sheer physical scale of the galaxy itself. The Milky Way's main stellar disk is roughly 100,000 light-years across, meaning that light needs about 100,000 years to travel from one edge of the disk to the other. You live nowhere near the center of this enormous structure. The solar system sits roughly 26,000 light-years from the galactic center, inside a smaller feature called the Orion Spur, between two larger spiral arms. From your position, some regions of the Milky Way are comparatively nearby, while others lie tens of thousands of light-years away. That creates a strange consequence whenever you imagine extraterrestrial signals. The galaxy you are listening to is not one moment in time. It is a layered archive. Look toward a star 1,000 light-years away, and you see it as it was 1,000 years ago. Look toward a region 20,000 light-years away, and the light reaching your telescope began its journey when human civilization as you know it did not exist. Look still farther across the galactic disk, and you may be receiving information that left its source before agriculture, before permanent cities, and in some cases before modern human societies had begun anything resembling recorded history. The Milky Way, therefore, does not present itself to you as a live map. Every direction reveals a different historical depth. Imagine that a civilization 30,000 light-years away built an enormous astronomical transmitter and began broadcasting a clearly artificial signal at the moment humans were still living as prehistoric hunter-gatherers. That transmission could be arriving around the present era, even if the civilization that created it changed beyond recognition thousands of years ago. More importantly, nothing you see in the message could tell you what is happening there now. You would be receiving a preserved piece of their ancient history. If astronomers somehow identified the planet that produced it and pointed every telescope on Earth toward that world, those telescopes would still show the same ancient era, because both the message and the planet's light have crossed the same enormous distance. There is no way to look around the incoming signal and secretly glimpse the civilization's present. Distance has placed its present outside your current knowledge. This creates what might be called a galactic horizon of information. Not a permanent boundary like the edge of the observable universe, but a moving limitation imposed by travel time. As years pass, new information from distant regions reaches you, but it always arrives carrying the age of its journey. The farther away the source, the deeper into its past you are forced to observe. Now consider what happens if civilizations appear at many places throughout the Milky Way. Their signals would not instantly illuminate the galaxy. Each transmission would expand outward as a growing shell of information, reaching nearby stars first and distant systems much later. A beacon that had been transmitting for 100 years would have influenced only a region roughly 100 light-years from its source, regardless of how enormous the galaxy beyond that region might be. After 1,000 years, the information could reach stars within roughly 1,000 light-years. Against a disk 100,000 light-years wide, even a millennium of continuous broadcasting is geographically modest. This is an important detail, because human imagination tends to treat the phrase galactic civilization as though the entire Milky Way shares information instantly. It does not. Different regions could remain informationally isolated for immense periods, even if intelligent societies existed within them. The central bulge, the spiral arms, the outer disk, and the region around our own sun all belong to the same galaxy. Yet physical membership does not create immediate awareness. A society near the galactic center might observe ancient Earth long before it could ever know about humans. Depending on its distance, the Earth visible to its astronomers might belong to a period before our species existed at all. At this moment, there could theoretically be observers somewhere in the Milky Way receiving light from Earth that left when mammoths still walked here, while others much closer could be seeing the era of the Roman Empire, the Middle Ages, or the early industrial world. There is no single version of Earth currently visible to the galaxy. There are countless delayed Earths expanding outward through space, each preserved in the electromagnetic radiation that left our planet and solar system at a different moment. The same must be true for every other world. When you imagine looking across the Milky Way, you are therefore looking through something more like an archaeological landscape than a neighborhood. Nearer stars reveal relatively recent chapters. Distant stars reveal older chapters. The effect becomes especially dramatic across the full galactic disk. A message beginning at one side and traveling toward the opposite side could spend around 100,000 years in transit. Think carefully about what 100,000 years means on the scale of human history. The earliest known cities are only a tiny fraction of that age. Written history occupies an even smaller portion. Entire languages, religions, nations, technologies, populations, and ways of life have arisen and disappeared during just the final few thousand years. Stretch that cultural instability across tens of thousands of years, and the identity of the sender becomes almost impossible to predict. A signal could outlive the political system that ordered its transmission, the language used to encode it, the species' original technology, or perhaps the biological form of the civilization itself. The message could continue traveling faithfully even after its meaning had become ancient on the world that produced it. In that sense, electromagnetic radiation can become a kind of cosmic fossil. Unlike bones buried in rock, it does not wait underground for discovery. It races outward continuously, carrying an imprint of an event into larger and larger volumes of space. A civilization detecting such a signal might therefore discover evidence not of who is living somewhere now, but of who once lived there when the transmission began. This distinction becomes essential when interpreting the absence of obvious signals. The Milky Way may look like one connected structure in photographs, but information has had limited time to move through it. A civilization could begin broadcasting in one region, while enormous portions of the galaxy remain completely unaware of that event for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Likewise, if something important happened on the opposite side of the galaxy yesterday, the event is physically real now, yet humanity may not learn about it for tens of thousands of years. There may already be light and radio waves traveling toward you, carrying information about events that no human instrument has received yet. They are not hidden by secrecy. They are simply still between the stars. And this may be one of the most difficult habits of thought astronomy asks you to develop. To stop imagining the universe as though everything you see exists in a shared present. The Milky Way has a present somewhere, but you cannot observe all of it simultaneously. Your knowledge arrives piece by piece, delayed according to distance, turning the galaxy into overlapping layers of history. Somewhere far away, a star may already have died, while its older light continues shining in our sky. Somewhere else, a planet may have undergone a transformation whose evidence will not reach Earth for thousands of years. And if another civilization has ever tried to announce its existence across the Milky Way, the message may still be crossing the darkness right now, not lost, not ignored, not even faint enough to detect yet. Simply unfinished with its journey. When you understand the true scale of the galaxy, silence begins to acquire a different meaning. You are not listening to 100,000 light-years of space all at once. You are listening to different ages of the Milky Way arriving at Earth together, and some of the answers you would most want to hear may already exist somewhere in the galaxy's history, while their light is still thousands of years away from reaching you. Alien radio signals may be far harder to detect than we once expected. A civilization could be transmitting while you are listening, and your telescope could still hear nothing, not because the aliens are too far away, not because their technology is primitive, but because detecting a radio signal across interstellar space is far less like hearing a loud voice in a quiet room than finding one particular whisper inside an ocean of natural and artificial noise. Early visions of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence often carried an appealing simplicity. Build a sufficiently large radio telescope, point it toward the stars, and perhaps an unmistakable artificial transmission will eventually rise above the background. The underlying idea remains scientifically reasonable because radio waves can cross interstellar space, and certain narrow radio frequencies are comparatively quiet. But decades of radio astronomy have revealed how demanding the actual task can be. The first obstacle is simple dilution. Unless a transmitter deliberately concentrates its energy into a narrow beam, the power it sends outward becomes spread across an ever-growing region of space. By the time even a powerful broadcast reaches a distant planetary system, only a tiny portion of its original energy may pass through the collecting area of a telescope. Building a larger receiving dish helps because it gathers more incoming energy, and combining many antennas into an array can make astronomers dramatically more sensitive. But sensitivity cannot remove the basic geometry. A transmission that is obvious from one nearby planet can become buried beneath background noise at interstellar distances. The easiest artificial signals to notice would therefore probably not be ordinary broadcasts at all, but powerful, narrow, deliberately directed transmissions or specialized technological emissions. Yet direction creates another problem. A tightly focused beam is efficient precisely because it does not illuminate the entire sky. If an extraterrestrial transmitter points elsewhere, Earth receives nothing. A civilization could operate thousands of powerful radio beams every day and remain invisible to us simply because none happens to cross the solar system while we are observing. Imagine standing on a mountain at night while someone thousands of kilometers away sweeps a laser pointer across the horizon. The beam may be extremely bright, but unless its narrow path crosses your exact position at the exact moment you are looking, the landscape remains dark. Radio astronomy can face the same alignment problem on a cosmic scale. Timing makes the situation even more difficult. Scientists cannot assume that an artificial transmitter operates continuously. It might pulse once every few seconds, once each day, or according to a schedule based on an alien planet's rotation, orbit, culture, engineering requirements, or intentions. Some transmitters may turn on only briefly, others could change frequency. A telescope that observes the right star for 20 minutes could therefore miss a signal that returns an hour later. Observing longer helps, but telescope time is finite, and astronomers must decide how much time to spend on one target before moving to another. Then there is frequency. Radio is not one single channel. It covers an enormous range of frequencies, and a receiving system examines only some portion of that range at a time. An alien engineer choosing a transmission frequency would face physical considerations that humans also recognize: background noise, atmospheric transparency, interference, antenna design, but there is no guarantee that their preferred solution matches ours. Even when astronomers tune to the correct region, a signal may refuse to remain at one precise frequency. Relative motion between Earth and the transmitting planet causes a Doppler shift, similar in principle to the changing pitch of a passing siren. Earth rotates. Earth orbits the Sun. The distant planet may rotate and orbit its own star. The transmitter itself could be mounted on a spacecraft. These motions can make a very narrow signal slowly drift across the receiver's frequency channels. Modern SETI searches therefore use algorithms designed to identify such drifting patterns, rather than simply looking for an unmoving spike. That is a remarkable detail. An artificial transmission could literally be present inside recorded telescope data and remain unnoticed until software searches for the correct pattern of motion. Interstellar space can modify radio waves too. Although the space between stars is extraordinarily tenuous, it is not perfectly empty. Free electrons in the interstellar medium can cause different radio frequencies to travel with slightly different delays, an effect called dispersion. Pulsars taught radio astronomers how important this can be. A sharp pulse transmitted across great distances can arrive stretched across frequency, and astronomers sometimes have to mathematically reverse that distortion to reconstruct the original event. Turbulence in interstellar plasma can also create scintillation, causing signals to brighten and fade somewhat like stars twinkling through Earth's atmosphere, although through a completely different physical process. Nature therefore does not always deliver a distant transmission in the neat form in which it left its source. Even after all of this, astronomers face perhaps the most irritating obstacle of all. Earth itself is noisy. Human technology produces enormous amounts of radio frequency interference from satellites, aircraft, communication systems, navigation equipment, electronics, radar, and countless other devices. A suspicious signal detected from the direction of a star may turn out to have originated only a few kilometers above the telescope, or even from equipment nearby. This is why credible searches do not simply celebrate an unusual spike. Researchers check whether it appears when the telescope points away from the target, whether other observatories can reproduce it, whether its frequency behavior resembles terrestrial equipment, and whether it returns. The history of SETI contains intriguing detections that initially looked interesting and then failed to repeat or were traced to human technology. The famous WOW signal detected in 1977 remains interesting partly because it was strong and narrowband, but because it was never reliably observed again. It cannot be claimed as evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence. That distinction is central to real science. Interesting is not confirmed. Unexplained is not alien. A genuine discovery would need to survive repeated attempts to prove it mundane. Modern searches therefore resemble an enormous filtering operation. Computers process streams of radio data containing natural astronomical emission, instrument noise, terrestrial interference, satellites, and occasional unusual events, searching for patterns that might be difficult for known natural processes to produce. Narrowband signals are especially attractive because natural astrophysical sources generally do not concentrate radio energy into extremely tiny frequency ranges in the same way a technological transmitter can. But even narrowness alone is not proof. The signal must also behave consistently with a distant astronomical source and resist ordinary explanations. This is why a civilization does not have to be deliberately hiding to remain undetected. Its transmitters may be too weak in our direction, too narrowly aimed elsewhere, too intermittent, operating at frequencies we are not examining at that moment, distorted during their journey, or concealed beneath interference that researchers correctly treat with suspicion. None of this tells you that alien radio signals are actually present. It tells you something more scientifically useful. We have not detected one, and none exists, are radically different statements. A radio telescope does not simply open an ear to the entire galaxy. It opens a carefully tuned window, for a limited period, with a particular sensitivity, while computers try to distinguish something potentially artificial from a universe already filled with radio emission and a planet filled with technology of its own. Somewhere in that complexity lies the humbling possibility that first contact, if it ever occurs through radio, may not arrive as a deafening announcement from the stars. It may begin as an almost invisible line buried in a spectrum, drifting by a few channels, appearing once, disappearing into the noise, and forcing someone on Earth to ask the most careful question in science before the most exciting one. Not, have we found aliens? But what else could this possibly be? Earth is already becoming harder to detect by its radio leakage. If an alien astronomer had been watching Earth's radio glow across the 20th and 21st centuries, they might notice something unexpected. Becoming more technologically advanced does not necessarily mean becoming more radio loud. For decades, one of the most intuitive ideas in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence was that technological civilizations might accidentally announce themselves simply by using radio. Humanity certainly did. Once powerful radio and television transmitters spread across Earth, some of their energy escaped the atmosphere and continued outward into space, forming a faint, expanding record of our technological history. But the image of Earth surrounded by an enormous, easily detectable bubble of television programs is misleading. Most terrestrial broadcasts were never designed to send power toward distant stars. Their signals weakened dramatically as they spread outward, and detecting ordinary leakage from many light years away would require extremely sensitive equipment. More importantly, the character of that leakage is changing. During much of the 20th century, large analog television transmitters often operated at substantial power from tall towers, sending broad signals across wide regions because millions of homes needed to receive them directly through antennas. Some of that energy inevitably escaped into space. Modern communication increasingly works differently. Television can arrive through fiber optic cables, coaxial networks, internet connections, or satellites. Digital broadcasting can often transmit information more efficiently than older analog systems, allowing comparable services without simply increasing radiated power. A fiber optic cable is especially interesting from an extraterrestrial perspective because the information traveling through it is carried as light confined largely inside glass, rather than being intentionally sprayed across the sky. A civilization can therefore exchange vastly more information while accidentally revealing less of that information to the surrounding galaxy. Your smartphone illustrates the same principle. It feels far more advanced than an old household radio, yet it does not need to shout across a continent. Cellular networks divide landscapes into relatively small service areas, allowing phones and base stations to communicate over limited distances with controlled power. Wi-Fi operates on even smaller scales. Modern engineering often rewards exactly this behavior. Send information efficiently toward the receiver that needs it, rather than waste energy in every direction. From far away, technological progress can therefore look less like an ever-brightening radio beacon and more like a civilization learning to whisper precisely. Satellite communication pushes this idea further. Many satellite links use directional antennas aimed toward particular regions or toward spacecraft, rather than broadcasting uniformly into space. Some signals certainly escape, and the rapidly increasing number of satellites around Earth is changing our radio environment in complicated ways. But again, the important lesson is that technological sophistication does not automatically produce an isotropic radio glow that another star can easily recognize. There is, however, a major exception that prevents the story from becoming too simple: radar. Radar systems deliberately transmit powerful radio pulses and then search for faint reflections. Certain military, aviation, planetary, and scientific radars can produce signals much more intense than ordinary television leakage in the directions toward which they are aimed. Historically, powerful planetary radars used concentrated beams to study asteroids and planets, and such transmissions could be far more conspicuous at interstellar distances than a random television broadcast if a distant observer happened to lie inside the beam. So Earth is not simply fading from the radio sky. It is changing its radio signature. Some broad accidental emissions have diminished or become less dominant, while powerful directional transmissions, satellite systems, navigation signals, and other specialized technologies create a more complicated pattern. That distinction matters because astronomers searching for extraterrestrial technology sometimes imagine what another version of Earth might look like. If a distant civilization followed a technological path similar to ours, there might be only a limited period when its ordinary broadcast leakage was especially favorable for detection. Later, the society could become far more technologically capable, while simultaneously routing more information through cables, narrow beams, compact networks, or technologies that leak less energy into space. The civilization would not have gone silent. It would simply have stopped wasting as much electromagnetic energy in directions where nobody was listening. There is also an information problem hidden inside leakage. An alien telescope does not need to reconstruct an episode of television or decode a phone conversation to infer technology. Detectability is often about recognizing patterns that nature is unlikely to produce. Artificial transmitters can occupy narrow frequency ranges, turn on and off according to engineered schedules, or exhibit characteristics linked to a rotating planet. But as communications become more efficient, spread spectrum, compressed, frequency hopping, or otherwise optimized for local users, recognizing those signals from enormous distances can become more difficult. A signal designed to look robust and efficient to a nearby receiver may look like weak noise to an astronomer around another star. That leads to a subtle correction of one of humanity's favorite assumptions about advanced civilizations. We often imagine progress as increasing energy use in obvious ways. Larger transmitters, brighter cities, louder machines, more powerful broadcasts. Yet mature engineering frequently moves in the opposite direction. Good technology minimizes unnecessary loss. A modern processor performs astonishing amounts of computation without needing a building-sized machine. A fiber cable moves huge amounts of information without illuminating the surrounding landscape. A narrow antenna directs energy toward its destination instead of spilling it everywhere. Efficiency can make technology less conspicuous, not more, if that tendency extends beyond Earth. Some extraterrestrial societies could become progressively harder to notice through accidental radio emissions as their communication systems improve. This does not mean advanced civilizations inevitably become radio invisible, because they may operate powerful radars, spacecraft links, industrial systems, or intentional beacons that remain detectable. Nor does it mean Earth has already vanished from any hypothetical alien radio telescope. The real scientific lesson is more careful. There is no simple rule saying that older and more advanced civilizations must be louder in radio. Even our own planet demonstrates that technological signatures evolve. The Earth of the future could carry vastly more digital information than the Earth of 1960 while leaking a very different, and in some respects less obvious, radio fingerprint into interstellar space. And there is something quietly ironic in that transition. Humanity spent a century becoming better at communication, connecting billions of people with more information than any previous generation could imagine. Yet some of the very innovations that make those connections possible also teach our signals to stay where they are needed. From another star, progress might therefore resemble disappearance. A distant observer could watch a young technological planet become radioactive, notice a brief era of broad leakage, and then see parts of that signature weaken. Not because the civilization died, but because it learned how to stop shouting into empty space. We have searched only a tiny fraction of the possible signal space, saying that humanity has searched. The sky for aliens is a little like saying you searched an entire ocean after lowering one bucket into the water, and the real situation may be even more extreme. The difficulty is that a search for an artificial radio signal does not happen across just one dimension called space. You must choose where to point the telescope, which frequencies to examine, how faint a signal you are capable of detecting, how wide or narrow that signal might be, how quickly its frequency might change, how long you observe, and whether the transmission happens to occur during that particular window. Researchers sometimes describe this enormous collection of possibilities as the cosmic haystack, with an extraterrestrial transmission being the needle hidden somewhere inside it. In 2018, researchers attempted to make that metaphor quantitative by constructing a multidimensional model of the radio SETI search space. Their conclusion was striking. Under the boundaries they chose for their model, the searches they examined had collectively explored a fraction comparable to searching roughly a large hot tub or small swimming pool of water, while asking whether fish exist anywhere in all of Earth's oceans. The comparison is not a permanent measurement of all SETI work, because searches have continued since then, and the answer depends on how you define the boundaries of the haystack, but it captures something essential. A null result from a limited search does not justify treating the entire possible signal space as empty. To understand why, picture a telescope pointed toward one promising star. Even if an artificial transmitter exists there, the telescope must be tuned to a region of the radio spectrum containing its signal. Searching one narrow range thoroughly tells you almost nothing about transmissions located far outside that range. Expand the frequency coverage and another dimension appears: signal bandwidth. Some artificial transmissions might concentrate power into an extremely narrow channel, while others could spread information over a broader region. Search algorithms designed for one type may be much less effective at recognizing another. Then there is sensitivity. A survey does not answer the question, is anyone transmitting from this star? It answers a narrower question closer to, was there a transmission stronger than our detection threshold, with characteristics our system could recognize, inside the frequencies we examined while we were observing? That is a very different statement. Every telescope, therefore, carves out a particular volume of possibility, rather than testing the entire idea of extraterrestrial technology. The sky itself multiplies the problem. Some searches concentrate on selected nearby stars, because doing so allows astronomers to examine specific planetary systems deeply. Others survey broad regions of the sky, but with different sensitivities and observing strategies. No single telescope can stare with maximum sensitivity at every direction indefinitely. The more deeply you examine one place, the more observing time you spend not examining another. This produces a trade-off familiar throughout astronomy: breadth versus depth. You can look shallowly across a large region or intensely at a smaller one, and both approaches reveal different parts of the haystack. Time adds another axis that is easy to underestimate. Suppose a telescope observes a star for several minutes and finds nothing. That does not tell you what happened an hour earlier or what will happen tomorrow. Astronomers call this problem intermittency, when signals appear and disappear rather than remaining continuously available. A repeating transmitter might follow a cycle far longer than your observation. A beacon might operate only occasionally. A civilization might transmit according to a schedule connected to its own day, year, or engineering needs. Even if you happen to examine exactly the right location and frequency, you can still arrive at the wrong time. That means returning to the same targets matters, because one observation is not equivalent to permanent surveillance. Modern projects are increasingly designed to enlarge this coverage. Systems such as COSMIC at the Very Large Array can process astronomical observations for technosignature searches, while the telescope is conducting its broader scientific work, forming beams, dividing data into fine frequency channels, and looking for characteristic frequency drift. This kind of commensal observing is valuable because it allows the search to accumulate far more observing time without requiring every SETI experiment to compete for a completely separate telescope schedule. Yet even growing computational power reveals another hidden limitation. Collecting data and understanding everything inside it are different challenges. Modern radio telescopes can generate enormous streams of information, and search pipelines have to decide which kinds of patterns deserve attention. You cannot simply tell a computer to find alien technology, because there is no universal mathematical signature labeled alien. Researchers instead construct algorithms to search for particular classes of unusual signals, meaning each search contains assumptions about what a technological transmission might look like. Change those assumptions, and the same observation can become a different search. This is why the cosmic haystack metaphor is so useful. A haystack is not simply large. It contains many places where you might fail to look. You can search the correct patch of sky but the wrong frequency. The correct frequency but not deeply enough. The correct sensitivity but at the wrong time. You can have the right telescope, yet use an algorithm optimized for a different signal structure. Each successful choice narrows the possibilities, while every unsearched combination remains open. And this changes what decades without a confirmed extraterrestrial transmission really mean. They do not mean SETI has accomplished nothing. On the contrary, every carefully designed survey eliminates specific classes of easily detectable transmitters from specific regions under specific conditions, improving our knowledge and guiding the next search. But science becomes strongest when it distinguishes "we looked and did not find this" from "there is nothing to find." The second claim requires enormously more evidence than the first. You may have spent your entire life hearing that humanity has been listening to the stars for decades, and measured in human history that sounds like a long time. Measured against the size of the search itself, it may represent only the earliest exploratory stage. Imagine entering a library containing billions of books written in languages you do not recognize. You open a handful of volumes, inspect several pages in each, and find no sentence addressed to you. It would be strange to walk outside and conclude that no such sentence exists anywhere in the building. A more careful conclusion would be that you have begun learning how large the library really is. That is approximately where humanity stands with the cosmic haystack. The silence recorded so far is real, but its meaning is limited by the portion of possibility we have actually tested. Somewhere in the vast unsearched combinations of direction, frequency, timing, strength, and signal structure, there may be nothing at all. Or there may be something that has simply never intersected the narrow windows we have opened. And until those windows become vastly wider, the absence of a signal tells you something important, but not yet everything you want to know. Aliens may communicate in ways we are not looking for. The first message from another civilization might already be crossing the solar system in a form that none of our traditional searches were designed to recognize. For much of modern SETI, humanity has understandably focused on radio because radio technology is something we know how to build. Radio waves travel efficiently through interstellar space, and large radio telescopes already exist. But that choice quietly contains a human assumption that another technological species would solve long-distance communication in roughly the same way we did during our own early technological era. There is no reason nature guarantees that. One of the clearest alternatives is light itself. A sufficiently powerful laser can produce an extremely narrow, highly concentrated beam, allowing large amounts of information to be directed toward a chosen destination rather than radiated broadly into space. This is not merely science fiction speculation. Optical SETI programs already search for unusually short or spectrally narrow flashes of light that could be consistent with engineered lasers, and the SETI Institute's Laser SETI project is specifically being developed to monitor large portions of the sky for such events. A distant civilization might therefore communicate through visible or infrared light rather than conventional radio, especially if it values high data rates and precise targeting. But that advantage immediately makes the signal harder for an outsider to intercept. A laser beam can be extraordinarily narrow. If it is aimed from one planetary system toward another, an observer slightly outside that line may see nothing at all. You could have two civilizations exchanging enormous quantities of information, while Earth sits nearby in astronomical terms and receives not a single useful photon from their conversation. It would be like standing at night between two distant buildings whose occupants communicate by pointing flashlights directly into each other's windows. The surrounding landscape remains dark, even though information is flowing continuously. Laser communication could also be pulsed on extremely short timescales. Instead of a steady beacon, information might be encoded into sequences of flashes lasting fractions of a second or much less. A telescope taking a long exposure might record the star beautifully while completely missing the timing structure that made the light artificial. This is why the instrument determines what kind of universe you are capable of noticing. A telescope optimized for ordinary astronomy is not automatically a detector for every possible engineered signal. The same lesson appears when you consider infrared wavelengths. Human communication engineers increasingly use frequencies according to practical needs rather than cultural tradition, and another civilization would presumably do the same. Its atmosphere, its star, its detector technology, the dust surrounding its system, and the distances between its settlements could all influence what part of the electromagnetic spectrum becomes convenient. A species living beneath a thick atmosphere might develop communication technologies along a completely different path from a species under clear skies. A civilization spread among spacecraft might prefer narrow point-to-point links rather than broadcasting toward planetary surfaces at all. There is no universal reason why the frequencies most historically important to humans must be the frequencies most important to them. Then the possibilities become stranger without becoming impossible. Neutrinos, for example, pass through matter with extraordinary ease. Billions of them move through your body constantly without producing any sensation because they interact so weakly with ordinary matter. That weakness makes neutrinos extremely difficult to generate and detect in controlled ways. which is why they are not remotely competitive with everyday electromagnetic communication using present human technology. Yet communication with them has actually been demonstrated experimentally. In 2012, researchers at Fermilab encoded a simple message into a neutrino beam and transmitted it through more than 200 meters of solid rock, proving that information could in principle be carried this way, although the data rate was extremely low and the equipment enormous. For humans, this is presently an impractical curiosity. For a civilization with vastly different engineering capabilities, however, neutrinos could have interesting advantages in specialized situations because they can pass through planets, stars, or other material that blocks ordinary light. That does not mean aliens are secretly sending neutrino messages through Earth. There is no evidence for that. It simply demonstrates how dangerous it is to mistake technology we rarely use for technology no civilization would use. Even within ordinary electromagnetic communication, an advanced signal might look nothing like the clean, artificial tone people imagine when they picture SETI. Human communication has evolved toward increasingly sophisticated encoding because engineers want to transmit more information reliably while resisting noise and interference. Signals can be compressed, spread across frequencies, divided into many sub-channels, or shaped so that an intended receiver equipped with the correct decoding method can recover information efficiently. To an observer who does not know the structure, a highly engineered transmission could potentially resemble random noise rather than an obvious repeating beacon. The more efficient the coding becomes, the less the raw transmission may resemble the simple patterns an inexperienced observer expects from intelligence. There is a fascinating irony here. Primitive artificial communication may sometimes be easier to recognize as artificial than extremely sophisticated communication. Imagine finding a page containing "hello, hello, hello" repeated in perfect blocks. You would immediately suspect intention. Now imagine receiving a perfectly compressed file without knowing its format. The data could appear almost patternless. Intelligence might hide not by choosing secrecy, but by becoming efficient. Another possibility is that advanced societies do not routinely send messages over interstellar distances in the first place. Their important communication could occur locally between planets, moons, stations, probes, or artificial habitats inside their own system. The beams would connect destinations that matter to them, not sweep randomly past Earth for our benefit. From our perspective, this would create a civilization full of communication that appears silent simply because we are not one of the recipients. Even humans already behave this way. Most of your messages are not broadcast toward the entire planet. They travel through networks designed to deliver information to particular addresses. Technological development tends to make communication more selective, not less. If another civilization follows anything like that principle, waiting for an accidental message aimed nowhere in particular may be an inefficient way to find it. And there may be methods we have not seriously imagined, because scientific searches are constrained by established physics and by instruments we can actually build. Responsible SETI cannot simply assume unknown particles, faster-than-light messages, or exotic mechanisms without evidence. But science also does not need to pretend that radio exhausts the possibilities. Modern SETI already includes optical searches precisely because researchers recognize that the communication strategy of another civilization is an unknown variable rather than a solved question. This creates a deeper challenge than merely building more sensitive telescopes. To search intelligently, you must think about the problem from the perspective of a technology that may have developed independently of every human historical accident. Why did humanity favor certain frequencies? Because of our atmosphere, our discoveries, our economics, our engineering materials, our wars, our satellites, and the technologies that happen to come first. Change that history and communication might look different even on Earth. Change the planet, biology, star, and civilization as well, and the range of possible solutions expands enormously. You may therefore be searching not only for an unknown sender, but for an unknown idea of what sending means. Perhaps somewhere, a civilization communicates with tightly aimed infrared lasers between worlds. Perhaps another uses electromagnetic methods, so efficiently encoded that our software would initially classify them as noise. Perhaps some specialized society has mastered particle-based communication that humans have only demonstrated crudely. Perhaps many advanced cultures barely emit anything outside the roots connecting their own infrastructure. None of these possibilities is evidence that such civilizations exist, and that distinction must remain clear. What they reveal instead is a limitation in the question itself. When you ask why nobody has spoken to us, you unconsciously imagine that speech must take a form you would recognize. But the universe never agreed to use your alphabet. Another intelligence could obey exactly the same laws of physics while developing a completely unfamiliar technological language, and humanity might spend decades listening carefully without realizing that the first challenge is not hearing the message. It is recognizing what a message is. The best evidence of alien technology may not be a message at all. The first undeniable sign of an alien civilization may not say hello, contain mathematics, or carry any information meant for you at all. It may simply be pollution in the atmosphere of a distant planet, an unnatural pattern of heat around a star, or a piece of engineering so large that astronomy notices it before anyone realizes what it means. This is the idea behind technosignatures. Instead of waiting for another civilization to deliberately communicate, you search for physical consequences of technology itself. The distinction is important because communication requires intention. A message exists because someone chooses to create it, aim it, and keep transmitting it. A technological footprint can exist whether anyone wants to be discovered or not. Humanity already leaves many such fingerprints on Earth. Industrial activity changes atmospheric chemistry. Cities produce artificial light at night. Spacecraft and satellites surround the planet. Large-scale energy production eventually becomes heat. None of these signatures proves that similar technologies would arise elsewhere, but they teach astronomers a useful lesson. Technology can modify a planet in ways that may eventually become detectable from great distances. Atmospheric chemistry is one of the most intriguing possibilities, because astronomers are becoming increasingly capable of studying the gases surrounding exoplanets. When a planet passes in front of its star, some starlight filters through the planet's atmosphere before reaching a telescope. Different molecules absorb particular portions of that light, leaving subtle fingerprints in the spectrum. Scientists normally use those patterns to search for ordinary atmospheric components and possible biosignatures. But the same technique raises a stranger question. Could an atmosphere contain compounds that are difficult to explain through known natural chemistry, but plausible as products of industry? Researchers have specifically discussed synthetic gases such as certain chlorofluorocarbons as hypothetical technosignatures, because on Earth these molecules are strongly associated with technological manufacture and can persist long enough to influence atmospheric spectra under favorable circumstances. Detecting such chemicals around another planet would be extraordinarily difficult, and even an unusual molecule would require careful investigation before anyone could call it technology. But the principle is powerful. You would not be hearing the civilization. You would be studying what its factories had done to the air. Other industrial effects could be subtler. Nitrogen dioxide, for example, is produced naturally as well as by combustion and industry, so finding it would never automatically imply intelligence. The scientific challenge is therefore not merely discovering an unusual chemical, but determining whether the quantity, combination, and planetary context make natural explanations increasingly difficult. This is how a credible technosignature search has to work. Nature gets the first opportunity to explain the observation. Technology becomes interesting only when ordinary astrophysics, geology, atmospheric chemistry, and biology struggle to account for what is seen. Light offers another possibility. The night side of modern Earth is illuminated by cities, highways, industrial regions, and other artificial sources. From interstellar distances, Earth's city lights would be extremely faint, far beyond what present telescopes could casually resolve. But future instruments might someday search for unusually illuminated night sides on certain nearby worlds. The key difference between reflected sunlight and artificial illumination would be where and when the light appears. A natural planet should become dark on the hemisphere facing away from its star, except for phenomena such as aurorae, lightning, volcanic activity, or atmospheric glow. Persistent illumination with unnatural spectral characteristics could become interesting, especially if it were concentrated geographically. Again, the problem would be interpretation rather than excitement. A glowing patch is not automatically a city. A good scientist would first try very hard to make it a volcano, aurora, reflection, atmospheric phenomenon, or instrumental error. Only after natural explanations weakened would engineering become worth discussing seriously. Then there is energy itself. Any civilization that uses large quantities of energy must eventually confront an unavoidable physical fact. Useful energy tends to end up as waste heat. Your computer warms the air. An engine becomes hot. A power plant releases heat. A civilization operating on vastly larger scales would also have to dispose of waste energy somehow. This insight lies behind searches for unusual infrared emission from stars and galaxies. One famous hypothetical example is the Dyson sphere, not necessarily a rigid shell enclosing a star, which would present enormous engineering difficulties, but more plausibly a vast swarm of energy-collecting structures orbiting it. Such a civilization could intercept a significant fraction of its star's visible light and use that energy, but the energy could not simply disappear. Eventually, much of it would be re-radiated as lower temperature infrared heat. From far away, the system might therefore look strangely dim in visible wavelengths, while glowing unusually strongly in infrared. Astronomers have searched for objects with characteristics broadly consistent with this kind of waste heat, but no confirmed alien megastructure has been found. Natural dust is a particularly important source of false positives, because dust surrounding stars also absorbs visible and ultraviolet light and re-radiates that energy in the infrared. The universe produces many things that can imitate the crude appearance of engineering, which is why an interesting infrared excess is a beginning of an investigation, not the end of one. A civilization could also reveal itself by altering how a star appears during planetary transits. When an ordinary planet crosses its star, the starlight usually dims in a pattern that astronomers can model using the planet's size, orbit, and the star's own behavior. An enormous artificial structure could theoretically produce a more complicated or unusual dimming pattern. This possibility became widely discussed when the star KIC 8462852, often called Tabby's star, displayed extraordinary irregular dips in brightness. The star generated considerable public speculation about megastructures, but subsequent observations strongly favored explanations involving circumstellar dust rather than alien engineering. That episode is valuable precisely because aliens were not required in the end. It demonstrates how technosignature science should behave. Notice something genuinely unusual, propose multiple hypotheses, collect more observations, and allow the mundane explanation to win when the evidence supports it. The goal is not to make strange observations sound alien. It is to identify observations that remain strange after every reasonable natural explanation has been tested. There are even more ambitious possibilities. A civilization capable of rearranging material throughout a planetary system might alter asteroid populations, construct vast orbital infrastructure, redirect stellar energy, or produce power on scales that change the observable energy balance of its environment. None of these possibilities should be confused with evidence that anyone has actually done so. They are search strategies derived from known physics. Ask what unavoidable consequences engineering would produce, then determine whether telescopes could recognize those consequences. That approach has a remarkable advantage over searching exclusively for messages. You do not need the other civilization to know that Earth exists. You do not need it to care about communicating. You do not need it to choose a language you understand. You do not even need its technology to have communication as its purpose. An astronomer studying a distant atmosphere could stumble across industrial chemistry while trying to measure clouds. A survey looking for ordinary infrared objects could encounter an energy distribution that refuses to behave naturally. A telescope studying planetary transits could discover geometry that demands a closer look. First contact in that sense might begin with confusion rather than conversation. Someone might notice a spectrum that refuses to fit, a planet that is too strangely illuminated, or a star whose energy appears to be going somewhere unexpected. Teams of scientists might spend years trying to prove that the anomaly is natural before allowing themselves to consider the alternative. And perhaps that is exactly how you should want such a discovery to happen. The strongest evidence of alien technology would not be the observation that creates the most dramatic headline. It would be the observation that survives the greatest number of ordinary explanations. Somewhere beyond Earth, if technological life exists, its most revealing act may never be an attempt to speak to you. It may simply build, consume energy, manufacture materials, illuminate darkness, and reshape its surroundings, and in doing so, leave behind a physical pattern that nature alone struggles to make. You may never hear its voice. You may recognize its existence first from the shadow its technology casts across the light of its world. Technosignatures could survive long after their creators are gone. A civilization can vanish while its technology continues moving through the universe, silently outliving every hand that built it. This possibility changes the search for extraterrestrial intelligence in a profound way, because it means astronomers and future explorers may not need to find a living civilization at all. They may only need to find something that civilization failed to erase. On Earth, archaeology works because human activity leaves durable traces. Cities collapse, languages disappear, and political systems end. Yet foundations, ceramics, mines, roads, metal objects, altered landscapes, and chemical residues can remain long enough for people born thousands of years later to reconstruct fragments of forgotten lives. Extend that principle beyond Earth, and the survival time of technological evidence can become dramatically longer, because some environments preserve objects far better than our planet does. Earth is actually hostile to ancient artifacts. Rain corrodes them. Rivers move sediment. Plants break structures apart. Oceans bury coastlines. Wind erodes exposed surfaces. Plate tectonics eventually recycles portions of the crust. Even objects carefully constructed from durable materials are continuously attacked by chemistry and geology. An airless moon is different. There is no rain, no flowing water, no weather in the familiar sense, and little geological recycling at the surface. An abandoned machine resting there would still be damaged by radiation, extreme temperature cycles, micrometeorite impacts, and the slow disturbance of surface material, so it would not remain pristine forever. But recognizable artificial structures could potentially persist for extremely long periods compared with artifacts left on an active planet. Human hardware already provides a small demonstration. The lunar modules, instruments, cameras, tracks, and other equipment left by Apollo astronauts are not expected to disappear simply because nobody maintains them. They are gradually degrading, but the moon does not possess the environmental machinery that rapidly erases a ruined city on Earth. Now imagine replacing decades with millions of years, and human equipment with objects deliberately engineered for durability. A future explorer arriving in an apparently lifeless planetary system might find no atmosphere containing industrial gases, no active transmissions, and no biological inhabitants, yet still encounter geometric structures or manufactured materials resting on a moon whose builders disappeared in deep time. Orbital space could preserve another kind of archaeological record. Artificial satellites do not automatically remain in orbit forever. Atmospheric drag removes objects in low orbits. Collisions can fragment spacecraft, and gravitational perturbations gradually alter trajectories. But some regions are far more persistent than others. Objects placed sufficiently far from a planet's atmosphere can remain for very long intervals, depending on their orbit and the gravitational influences around them. An extinct civilization might therefore leave behind a population of dead spacecraft, occupying unusual orbital arrangements long after its surface infrastructure had been erased. Detecting such objects from interstellar distances would be extremely difficult with present technology. but the conceptual point matters. The lifetime of a technological artifact does not have to match the lifetime of the society that created it. The artifact follows physics after the civilization stops following history. The idea becomes even more striking when spacecraft escape their home systems completely. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are still traveling outward after completing their primary planetary missions. Eventually, their power sources will become too weak to operate instruments. Communication will cease, and their surfaces will slowly be altered by radiation and impacts from interstellar dust. But the spacecraft will not suddenly disappear. Unless they eventually collide with something, a highly unlikely event on ordinary timescales, they can continue orbiting through the Milky Way for immense periods as inert manufactured objects. The same is true of Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11. Humanity has already produced artifacts whose physical journeys can last far longer than the civilization that launched them has so far existed. Imagine what a species with thousands or millions of years of spaceflight might leave behind. Inactive probes, abandoned stations, navigation markers, mining equipment, fragments of propulsion systems, or machines dispatched towards stars their creators never reached personally. None of this requires imagining magical self-repairing technology. Ordinary matter placed in the right environment can simply persist. There may also be technological traces written into material rather than architecture. A civilization capable of nuclear engineering can alter the isotopic composition of substances in ways that differ from many ordinary natural processes. On Earth, scientists identify ancient events partly through distinctive isotope ratios preserved in rocks, sediments, ice, and biological material. Some radioactive isotopes decay quickly in geological terms, while others persist for millions or billions of years. In principle, an unusual concentration or spatial distribution of particular isotopes could become part of a planetary archaeological investigation, although distinguishing technology from natural nuclear processes would require extraordinary care. Nature itself can produce nuclear reactors. Around 2 billion years ago at Oklo, in what is now Gabon, uranium-rich deposits underwent self-sustaining natural fission reactions under the right geological conditions. That remarkable example is a warning against declaring anything artificial too quickly. Even a seemingly technological nuclear signature can have a natural explanation. The strongest extraterrestrial archaeology would therefore depend on combinations of evidence: manufactured geometry, chemically processed materials, anomalous isotopic patterns, unnatural distributions of objects, or structures whose formation cannot plausibly be explained by geology or orbital dynamics alone. This is fundamentally different from receiving a message. A message tells you someone wanted information to reach another mind. An artifact tells you only that intelligence once acted upon matter. It could remain after language was forgotten, after the planet became uninhabitable, even after the species that built it ceased to exist. And this opens a haunting possibility about worlds that currently appear dead. A barren planet is not necessarily a planet that was always barren. Mars itself reminds you how dramatically worlds can change. Ancient river valleys, lake beds, and minerals preserve evidence of environmental conditions very different from the cold desert seen today. If technological civilization had somehow existed on a world hundreds of millions of years earlier, its surface traces might be altered, buried, destroyed, or scattered so thoroughly that detecting them would require something closer to planetary archaeology than ordinary astronomy. On geologically active planets, deep time is an eraser. On quiet moons, asteroids, and distant orbits, it can become an archive. That suggests a completely different way of thinking about the search for intelligence. Perhaps the galaxy should not be imagined only as a collection of worlds waiting to answer us in the present. It may also contain ruins, abandoned machines, drifting probes, and physical traces belonging to histories that ended before Earth produced anyone capable of recognizing them. Some evidence would disappear quickly, some might survive for geological ages, and a tiny fraction could conceivably outlast the biological species that created it by millions of years. If humanity ever discovers such a relic, there may be no greeting, no conversation, and no living alien waiting behind it. There may be only an object whose builders are gone, and a pattern in matter that nature did not make. Yet that silent object could answer one of humanity's oldest questions more decisively than any ambiguous signal ever could. Because civilizations can die, but under the right conditions. What they build can continue telling the universe that they were once here. Alien life may be hidden beneath ice, instead of living on planet surfaces. The most promising alien habitat in a planetary system may be a place where the sun never shines at all. For generations, the search for life was guided by an understandable picture. Find a rocky world with sunlight, an atmosphere, and liquid water flowing somewhere on its surface. Then ask whether biology could survive there. But our own solar system has forced scientists to expand that picture dramatically, because several frozen moons appear to hide enormous reservoirs of liquid water beneath shells of ice. Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, is covered by a bright fractured surface where temperatures are far below the freezing point of water. Yet multiple lines of evidence indicate that a salty ocean probably exists underneath. Enceladus, a small moon of Saturn, looks even less hospitable from the outside, but fractures near its south pole spray water vapor and icy particles directly into space, allowing spacecraft to sample material that appears to come from a subsurface ocean without drilling through the crust. These worlds teach you something important about habitability. A planet or moon does not need to receive enough starlight to keep its surface warm if another source of energy is operating below. Europa and Enceladus are repeatedly flexed by the gravity of the giant planets they orbit. Their paths are not perfectly circular, so the gravitational pull changes slightly as they move. The moons are stretched and relaxed again and again, and some of that mechanical energy becomes heat inside them. This process, called tidal heating, can help maintain liquid water beneath an exterior that appears permanently frozen. In other words, a world can look dead from above while remaining geologically active below. Enceladus provides an especially striking example because the Cassini spacecraft flew through its plumes and detected water vapor, salts, organic compounds, molecular hydrogen, and tiny silica-rich particles. None of these discoveries proves that life exists there. They matter because together they suggest interactions between liquid water and a rocky interior, possibly at elevated temperatures. The silica particles are consistent with water-rock reactions that may occur in hydrothermal environments, while molecular hydrogen could be produced when water reacts chemically with certain minerals in the moon's rocky core. On Earth, microorganisms can exploit hydrogen as an energy source. This comparison immediately brings you to one of the greatest revisions in modern biology. Sunlight is not the only foundation on which an ecosystem can rest. Deep beneath Earth's oceans, hydrothermal vents release chemically altered water into complete darkness. Organisms there can ultimately depend on chemosynthesis, in which microbes obtain usable energy from chemical reactions rather than photosynthesis. Some bacteria and archaea can build organic matter using chemicals released or produced through interactions between seawater and rock, and larger animals can live in communities supported by those microorganisms. The existence of such ecosystems does not mean an alien ocean automatically contains life, but it removes an assumption that once seemed almost unavoidable. A biosphere can, in principle, be powered from below. Now imagine Europa's hidden ocean. Estimates suggest it may contain more liquid water than all of Earth's oceans combined, trapped beneath an ice shell whose exact thickness and structure are still being investigated. Jupiter's powerful radiation environment makes Europa's surface hostile, but the same ice that hides the ocean could protect anything beneath it from much of that radiation. This creates a curious reversal. On Earth, you usually think of thick ice as an obstacle to life. On an irradiated moon, ice may also be a shield. Beneath kilometers of frozen water, an ocean could remain isolated from conditions that sterilize the surface. Yet that protection creates its own biological problems. An ocean hidden beneath ice must still obtain the chemical ingredients and energy needed to sustain metabolism. If the rocky seafloor is geologically active, water rock reactions could provide useful chemical gradients. Material from the surface might also occasionally be transported downward through cracks, melting, overturning ice, or other processes, potentially introducing oxidants created by radiation at the surface. How effectively Europa mixes these ingredients is still uncertain, and that uncertainty matters because liquid water by itself is not enough. An ocean can exist and still be chemically poor. Habitability depends on whether energy and useful elements meet in forms organisms could actually exploit. Enceladus may offer scientists a more direct way to investigate that question because its ocean is effectively throwing samples into space. Instead of landing and melting through kilometers of ice, a spacecraft can pass through the plume and analyze its particles. Future instruments could search for increasingly complex organic molecules, unusual distributions of chemical compounds, or other patterns that might eventually distinguish biology from non-living chemistry. That last step would be difficult. Organic molecules are not synonymous with organisms. Chemistry can build complex carbon compounds without life, and hydrothermal processes can generate substances that look biologically interesting. A convincing discovery would require multiple independent lines of evidence rather than one exciting molecule. Other icy bodies expand the possibilities further. Ganymede, the largest moon in the solar system, almost certainly contains a deep subsurface ocean and possesses its own magnetic field. Callisto may contain an ocean as well. Even distant dwarf planets and other frozen worlds may preserve internal water under certain conditions. This means the number of potential habitats in a planetary system could be larger than the number of worlds with pleasant surfaces. A star system that appears almost completely frozen might still contain several hidden oceans. And if subsurface habitats are common elsewhere, astronomy faces an enormous detection problem. Surface life can potentially modify an atmosphere in ways visible across interstellar distances. Life sealed beneath tens of kilometers of ice may change almost nothing that a distant telescope can easily see. There could be microbes multiplying in a dark alien ocean, while the moon above them remains spectroscopically quiet and apparently lifeless. Such organisms might never see their star. They might never experience a sunrise, a sky, weather, or an open ocean surface. Their entire biosphere could exist between a ceiling of ice and a floor of rock, powered by chemistry and internal heat. From their perspective, if they possessed anything resembling perception, the universe beyond the ice would have no ecological importance at all. This is why icy ocean worlds change the question of cosmic life so deeply. You can no longer look only for another Earth. Nature has already shown you that liquid water can be hidden. That energy can come from gravity rather than sunlight, and that ecosystems on our own planet can survive without photosynthesis. What remains unknown is whether chemistry inside such environments ever crosses into biology. Europa and Enceladus may be sterile oceans, and science has not discovered evidence of life in either one, but their existence has opened a door that earlier generations barely knew was there. A frozen surface may not mark the end of habitability. It may be the roof above it, and somewhere in the darkness beneath an alien sheet of ice, an entire living world could theoretically persist without ever giving the distant universe a visible reason to suspect that anything is there. Red dwarf stars could host most habitable worlds, but they come with problems. Most of the places where life might exist in the galaxy may orbit stars so faint that you cannot see a single one of them with your naked eye. These are red dwarfs, the smallest and coolest ordinary stars, and they dominate the stellar population of the Milky Way. Roughly 3 out of every 4 stars belong to this broad class, which immediately makes them important in the search for inhabited worlds. Even if only a modest fraction possess rocky planets in suitable environments, the sheer number of red dwarfs could make their planets some of the most common potentially habitable real estate in the galaxy. They also possess one extraordinary advantage over stars like the Sun. Red dwarfs burn their nuclear fuel extremely slowly. The least massive ones can remain stable for trillions of years, far longer than the universe has existed so far. Our Sun will eventually exhaust the hydrogen in its core and radically transform, but a small red dwarf alive today may still be shining when almost every Sun-like star born alongside it has disappeared. From the perspective of biology, that sounds almost luxurious. Enormous amounts of time in which chemistry could experiment, ecosystems could develop, and evolution could proceed. Yet the same stars that offer such longevity can be extremely difficult hosts during their youth. Because red dwarfs are cool and dim, a planet must orbit relatively close to receive an amount of energy comparable to what Earth receives from the Sun. That proximity places the planet directly inside a much more intense stellar environment. Young red dwarfs can be magnetically violent, producing powerful flares that release bursts of ultraviolet radiation and X-rays. Some of these stars remain active for extraordinarily long periods because their internal structure and slow evolutionary development allow magnetic activity to persist. A planet close to such a star may therefore spend its early history enduring repeated high-energy radiation events just when its atmosphere and oceans are trying to establish themselves. The problem becomes even deeper when you travel backward to the star's infancy. Red dwarfs do not begin their lives at their final faint brightness. Before settling into their long stable phase, they can spend hundreds of millions of years contracting and shining more brightly than they eventually will. A planet that later sits at a comfortable temperature may therefore have spent its youth receiving far more energy. If it formed with surface oceans, that early heating could drive enormous quantities of water into the atmosphere as vapor. High-energy radiation can split water molecules, allowing lightweight hydrogen to escape into space. Given enough time, a world that appears pleasantly positioned around an old red dwarf today might have lost much of its original water long before the star became calm enough to look hospitable. This is one of the important reasons astronomers distinguish between a planet being in a star's habitable zone and the planet actually being habitable. Location tells you how much stellar energy reaches a world now. It does not reveal everything that happened during the previous billions of years. Atmospheres become particularly important around these stars. A sufficiently thick atmosphere could redistribute heat, shield the surface from some forms of radiation, and potentially survive long periods of stellar activity. But whether it actually does depends on the planet's gravity, chemical composition, initial inventory of gases, and the intensity of the star's radiation and particle environment. Scientists are still working to understand how efficiently stellar winds and eruptions strip atmospheres from red dwarf planets. It is easy to imagine every flare simply blasting an atmosphere away, but the real physics is more complicated. Atmospheric loss can occur through several processes, and a planet with substantial gravity, continuing volcanic outgassing, or other replenishment mechanisms might retain an atmosphere even under conditions harsher than Earth experiences. A magnetic field may also influence how charged particles interact with the atmosphere, although possessing one is not a simple guarantee of protection. Venus, Earth, and Mars remind you that planetary atmospheres evolve through combinations of geology, gravity, radiation, chemistry, and time, rather than through one protective feature. Red dwarf planets, therefore, cannot be classified as either safe or doomed with a single rule. Real systems are already giving astronomers opportunities to test these ideas. Proxima Centauri, the nearest star to the Sun, is a red dwarf with at least one planet, Proxima Centauri b, orbiting in a region where temperatures could in principle allow liquid water under suitable atmospheric conditions. Yet Proxima is also an active flare star, making the actual environment of the planet uncertain. The TRAPPIST-1 system is even more remarkable. One small red dwarf hosts 7 known, roughly Earth-sized planets, several of which receive amounts of stellar energy that make them compelling targets for atmospheric study. The James Webb Space Telescope and future observatories are beginning the difficult process of determining whether small planets around such stars possess substantial atmospheres at all. Even a non-detection teaches something important, because if many close-in rocky planets repeatedly turn out to have lost their atmospheres, estimates of habitability around red dwarfs would need to become more cautious. If robust atmospheres are found instead, an enormous population of worlds becomes more interesting. There is another subtle advantage to these stars from the astronomer's perspective. Their small size makes their planets easier to study. When an Earth-sized planet passes in front of a red dwarf, It blocks a larger fraction of the star's light than it would while crossing a sun-like star. Because the habitable region lies closer to the star, planetary orbits are also shorter, giving astronomers more frequent opportunities to observe transits and examine atmospheric effects. So the stars that may create some of the harshest conditions for life are also among the best places for humanity to search for it. That tension is what makes red dwarfs so important. They are abundant, extraordinarily long-lived, and surrounded by many confirmed rocky worlds. Yet their youth can expose those worlds to intense radiation and prolonged heating, capable of reshaping atmospheres and water inventories before biology ever receives its chance. Perhaps life is remarkably good at surviving these conditions, hiding beneath oceans or atmospheres until its star settles down. Perhaps most red dwarf worlds lose what they need during their violent beginnings and spend trillions of years orbiting peacefully after the opportunity has already passed. We do not yet know which story nature usually writes, but because these faint stars are everywhere, the answer will radically change how you imagine life in the universe. If red dwarf planets can remain habitable, then the galaxy may contain an enormous number of worlds with unimaginably long futures ahead of them. If they usually cannot, then the most common stars in the Milky Way may be surrounded by countless planets that came close to habitability, only to have their chances burned away before their suns finally grew quiet. Many habitable planets may be tidally locked to their stars. On some potentially habitable worlds, the sun may never rise, never set, and never move across the sky at all. One hemisphere would live beneath permanent daylight, while the opposite hemisphere remained in permanent darkness, with a narrow region of endless twilight wrapped between them. And although this sounds like the setting of an extreme science fiction world, it is a natural consequence of tidal locking. Tidal locking happens because gravity does more than keep a planet in orbit. If one side of a rotating world is slightly closer to its star than the other, the star pulls a little more strongly on the near side. Over immense periods, that uneven gravitational pull creates internal friction and gradually changes the planet's rotation. Eventually, under the right conditions, the planet can reach synchronous rotation, turning exactly once during each orbit so that the same hemisphere continually faces its star. The moon gives you a familiar example. You always see approximately the same lunar hemisphere from Earth, because the moon rotates once during every orbit around us. It is not actually refusing to rotate, its rotation and orbital motion have become synchronized. A planet can do the same thing with its star. This is especially relevant for worlds orbiting low-mass stars, because receiving enough warmth often requires them to orbit relatively close, where tidal forces are stronger and synchronization can occur more efficiently. Astronomers therefore expect many close-in terrestrial exoplanets to rotate synchronously. Although the exact outcome depends on the planet's orbit, internal structure, initial spin, atmosphere, and gravitational interactions with other bodies. Not every close planet must end in a perfect one-to-one lock. Mercury demonstrates the complication within our own solar system. Instead of showing one permanent face to the Sun, it rotates 3 times for every 2 orbits, because its eccentric orbit helped trap it in a different rotational resonance. Alien planets could occupy similar states, but suppose you did step onto a truly synchronously rotating Earth-like world. Your first surprise might be the sky. Stand near the point directly facing the star, known as the substellar point, and the star would appear nearly fixed overhead year after year. There would be no familiar sunrise to wake you, and no evening shadows gradually lengthening toward night. Travel toward the night side and the star would sink lower in the sky until you eventually reach the terminator, the boundary between permanent day and permanent night. There, depending on the atmosphere and terrain, you might inhabit a world of perpetual sunset. Continue farther and the star would vanish forever beneath the horizon. Early discussions of such planets often assumed that this arrangement would make them terrible places for life. The day side seemed destined to become unbearably hot, while the night side would become so cold that the atmosphere itself might freeze onto the ground. But modern climate modeling has made that picture much more interesting. An atmosphere is not a stationary blanket divided neatly into a hot half and a cold half. Heated gas expands and rises. Cooler gas moves to replace it. Winds transport energy. If an ocean is present, currents can redistribute heat as well. A tidally locked planet with a substantial atmosphere could therefore move enormous amounts of energy away from the permanent dayside and toward the darkness, reducing the difference between the two hemispheres. Three-dimensional climate models show that such worlds can maintain surprisingly moderate conditions under plausible atmospheric circumstances. Tidal locking by itself does not make a planet uninhabitable. The circulation pattern, however, could be unlike anything you experience on Earth. Earth's weather is strongly shaped by rapid planetary rotation, which helps twist large-scale winds into familiar bands and rotating storm systems. A slowly rotating synchronous planet can organize its atmosphere more directly around the fixed source of stellar heating. Air near the substellar region may heat, rise, flow toward the night side higher in the atmosphere, cool, descend, and eventually return toward the illuminated hemisphere closer to the surface. Instead of weather constantly chasing the moving sun, the planet could possess climatic structures anchored to geography. The most persistent region of rising air might remain close to the same place for centuries. And something unexpected can happen there. Clouds. Strong heating beneath the fixed star can drive continuous convection, producing a thick concentration of reflective clouds around the substellar region. Those clouds may bounce a significant fraction of incoming starlight back into space, preventing the surface beneath them from becoming as hot as a simple calculation would suggest. In some climate simulations, this cloud shield actually allows slowly rotating planets to remain temperate while receiving more stellar energy than otherwise expected. The hemisphere that seems most vulnerable to overheating can therefore generate its own climatic umbrella. The night side contains the opposite challenge. Without direct starlight, its surface continuously loses heat, and if the atmosphere is too thin or poor at transporting energy, temperatures could drop enough for water, carbon dioxide, or other volatile substances to freeze there. Over time, a sufficiently cold night side could act like a planetary trap, accumulating ice that once circulated elsewhere. In severe cases, important atmospheric gases themselves might condense onto the surface, reducing atmospheric pressure and weakening heat transport even further, a process known as atmospheric collapse. Yet this is not inevitable either. Whether collapse occurs depends strongly on atmospheric thickness, composition, greenhouse warming, incoming stellar energy, and the efficiency with which circulation moves heat between hemispheres. Recent climate work continues to show that the relationship can be surprisingly complicated. Even worlds experiencing substantial night-side condensation may retain regions of surface liquid water on their illuminated sides under some conditions. Oceans would add another layer to the story. A deep global ocean could carry heat away from illuminated regions, while sea ice spreading across the night side could insulate liquid water beneath it. Depending on circulation, continents, ocean depth, atmospheric pressure, and stellar heating, a tidally locked planet might contain open water mostly on its day side, an ice-covered dark hemisphere, and a broad transition zone between them. Instead of dividing cleanly into a burning desert and a frozen wasteland, the surface could form an extraordinary climatic gradient. Walk far enough, and you might pass from warm rain beneath a nearly motionless star, through cooler landscapes beneath a low orange sun, into glaciers beneath a sky where that sun has never appeared. The Terminator region has become especially interesting in discussions of habitability because permanent twilight could, under some planetary conditions, offer temperatures between the extremes of the two hemispheres. But even here, scientists must resist creating a universal rule. Some models produce broad habitable regions across much of the day side. Others create climates where the Terminator is particularly favorable. Still others produce environments that would be hostile almost everywhere. Tidally locked describes the planet's rotation. It does not specify its climate. You need to know the atmosphere, oceans, surface pressure, clouds, geography, and stellar energy before you can understand what standing there would actually feel like. And perhaps the most fascinating consequence is biological rather than meteorological. Life evolving beneath an unmoving star would inherit environmental rhythms completely different from yours. Earth organisms are deeply influenced by daily cycles of light and darkness because the planet spins beneath the sun every 24 hours. On a synchronous world, there may be no ordinary day-night cycle at all. Photosynthetic organisms on the illuminated hemisphere could experience continuous light. Organisms living permanently in darkness might depend entirely on transported nutrients, chemical energy, or ecological connections with brighter regions. Migration could occur not between seasons, but across fixed bands of climate. A species could travel toward the star to find warmth or away from it to cool down, using geography in the way terrestrial animals use time. Even the concept of direction might become culturally different for an intelligent species there. Instead of east and west being defined partly through sunrise and sunset, the most fundamental directions might simply be starward and darkward. One direction would always lead toward brighter skies, the other toward eternal night. The star could become a permanent landmark hanging above one region of the planet, never crossing the heavens and never disappearing. To inhabitants born there, this might feel completely ordinary. Our rotating sky with its rising sun, moving shadows and nightly darkness might seem bizarre, and this is the larger lesson tidal locking offers you. Habitability does not require a planet to reproduce Earth's familiar rhythms. A world can violate one of the most basic patterns of your daily experience and still potentially maintain atmosphere, weather, oceans, clouds, and temperatures compatible with liquid water. The universe may contain planets where noon lasts for geological ages, and midnight is a location rather than a time. Some may indeed be frozen, overheated, or stripped of useful atmospheres. Others may settle into stable climates divided into permanent environmental provinces, unlike anything on Earth. A planet can sit in the habitable zone and still be completely lifeless. A planet can occupy what astronomers call the perfect distance from its star and still possess no oceans, no breathable air, no organisms, and perhaps not a single living cell anywhere on its surface. This is one of the most important corrections to the popular idea of the habitable zone, because the phrase sounds far more promising than it actually is. In astronomy, the habitable zone is primarily a region around a star where a rocky planet with suitable atmospheric conditions could maintain liquid water on its surface. The word "could" is doing almost all of the work. It does not mean that liquid water is actually present, that the atmosphere is appropriate, or that biology has ever begun. Think of the habitable zone as a temperature opportunity rather than a certificate of life. Put an Earth-like atmosphere around the right kind of planet at the right distance, and surface water may be possible. But change the atmosphere, and the same orbit can produce a radically different world. Venus demonstrates this brutally. It lies relatively close to the inner region traditionally associated with possible habitability, and early in solar system history, it may have had conditions very different from those it has now. But modern Venus is an extreme greenhouse world. Its thick carbon dioxide atmosphere traps enormous amounts of heat, creating surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead. Mars teaches the opposite lesson. It orbits farther from the Sun and lies near the region where liquid water might be possible under suitable conditions. Yet its atmosphere today is thin, its surface is cold, and stable liquid water cannot persist openly across most of the planet. Earth, Venus, and Mars therefore sit beside one another like three experiments showing why distance alone is never enough. The amount of starlight a planet receives sets an important boundary, but atmosphere determines how much of that energy stays near the surface. A world receiving relatively modest stellar energy could still become dangerously warm if greenhouse gases accumulate strongly enough. Another receiving more energy might remain cooler if highly reflective clouds or bright surface materials send much of that energy back to space. Astronomers describe this reflectivity with the idea of albedo: snow, ice, clouds, Deserts, oceans, and dark rock all absorb and reflect different amounts of radiation. This can create feedback loops. If a planet cools and ice spreads, the brighter surface reflects more starlight, potentially encouraging further cooling. Under some circumstances, a planet can become trapped in an extensive frozen state, even while occupying an orbit that looks promising on a simple diagram. Move toward the warmer side of the habitable zone, and another danger appears. If surface temperatures become high enough for enormous amounts of water to enter the atmosphere, water vapor itself strengthens greenhouse warming. Additional warming produces additional evaporation, which can create a runaway process under extreme conditions. Once large quantities of water reach high atmospheric layers, ultraviolet light can break water molecules apart, and hydrogen can escape to space, potentially leaving a once wet world permanently depleted. So when an astronomer tells you that an exoplanet lies in the habitable zone, you still do not know one of the most basic facts you probably imagined immediately: whether it has water. A planet may have formed relatively dry. It might have lost its water during violent early stages. Much of its remaining water could be locked deep underground or frozen permanently. At the opposite extreme, it might contain so much water that almost the entire planet is covered by a deep global ocean. Even that seemingly beautiful scenario is not automatically ideal for life. On Earth, continents, erosion, rivers, shallow seas, and exposed rocks continually move nutrients through ecosystems. On a deep water world, the ocean could be separated from the rocky seafloor by layers of high-pressure ice if the water is deep enough, potentially changing the chemical exchange between the planet's interior and its ocean. Life might still be possible, but the system would operate very differently from Earth. Planetary mass introduces another layer. A very small world may struggle to retain a substantial atmosphere over geological time, especially if its gravity is weak. A much larger rocky planet may hold a dense atmosphere whose pressure and greenhouse behavior create conditions unlike those suggested by orbital distance alone. Surface pressure matters because water does not respond only to temperature. Under very low pressure, liquid water can become unstable, even at temperatures that sound comfortable to you. Under higher pressures, its behavior changes again. This means that the familiar statement, "the temperature is right for liquid water," is incomplete unless you also know the pressure. Composition matters just as much. Carbon dioxide, water vapor, methane, nitrogen, and other gases influence climate differently. While atmospheric chemistry can evolve over time through volcanic activity, surface reactions, escape to space, and perhaps biology itself. And then there is something even more fundamental. A perfectly comfortable environment can still be sterile. Give a planet long-lived oceans, moderate temperatures, useful chemistry, and a stable atmosphere, and you have described a place where life might survive, not a place where life must begin. Habitability and inhabitedness are different questions. A laboratory can contain water, carbon compounds, minerals, and energy without spontaneously filling with organisms. Until scientists understand the origin of life well enough to know how frequently biology emerges under favorable conditions, every apparently ideal exoplanet carries the possibility of being nothing more than a beautiful, empty world. This is why astronomers increasingly treat the habitable zone as the beginning of an investigation rather than the conclusion. It helps identify where surface liquid water might be physically possible, allowing telescopes to prioritize interesting planets. But the next questions are harder. What is the atmosphere made of? Is there actually water? What is the surface pressure? How reflective is the planet? Does it experience stable climate conditions? Has it retained its volatile materials? Are there chemical patterns that suggest biology rather than ordinary geology? None of those answers can be read from orbital distance alone. Even the boundaries of the habitable zone are not perfectly sharp lines painted around a star. Scientists calculate different versions depending on assumptions about atmosphere, clouds, planetary mass, and climate, often distinguishing more conservative estimates from broader optimistic ones. A planet near a theoretical boundary does not suddenly become lifeless after moving 1 kilometer farther away. Real climates are too complicated for that. The zone is a useful model, not a cosmic border. And this may be one of the most sobering lessons exoplanet science has taught you. Finding a planet the size of Earth at an appealing distance from its star is exciting because it opens possibilities, but almost everything that matters comes afterward. A telescope can tell you that a world receives roughly the right amount of stellar energy and still leave unanswered whether its surface is an ocean, a desert, a glacier, a furnace, or a sterile landscape beneath perfectly mild skies. Somewhere in the galaxy, there may be planets sitting beautifully inside their star's habitable zones, maintaining comfortable temperatures for billions of years. While chemistry never once makes the transition into life, from far away they could look like invitations. Up close they might contain only wind moving across empty rock. The habitable zone tells you where life might be allowed to exist. It cannot tell you whether the universe ever chose to use the opportunity. Mass extinctions may repeatedly reset the evolution of intelligence. Every planet that begins climbing toward complex intelligence may have to survive a brutal problem that has nothing to do with intelligence itself. Sometimes evolution spends hundreds of millions of years building ecological complexity, only for the environment to erase enormous portions of that progress in a geological instant. Earth's fossil record shows that extinction is not simply the disappearance of individual species. At several moments in planetary history, entire ecological structures were reorganized on a global scale. Paleontologists traditionally recognize 5 major mass extinctions during the last roughly 500 million years, events in which unusually large fractions of species vanished across relatively short geological intervals. The most severe known example occurred around 252 million years ago at the end of the Permian period. Enormous volcanic eruptions in what is now Siberia released vast amounts of gases, contributing to rapid global warming, ocean acidification, oxygen loss in the seas, and profound disruption of ecosystems. The crisis eliminated the majority of marine species and devastated life on land. What makes an event like this important to the question of intelligence is not merely the number of organisms that die. Evolution depends on accumulated biological history. A lineage may spend tens of millions of years developing specialized senses, increasingly sophisticated behavior, complex social interactions, or anatomical features that could eventually support greater cognitive ability. If that lineage disappears, evolution does not store its progress somewhere and continue from the same point later. The branch is simply gone. Another lineage may eventually occupy the empty ecological space, but it begins with a different body, different genes, different constraints, and a different evolutionary history. In that sense, mass extinction can behave like a reset without returning a planet all the way to the beginning. Life survives, but many of the experiments it had been running are terminated. This matters because intelligence is built upon a long chain of prerequisites that can be fragile. A large brain, for example, must be supported by enough food and energy. Complex behavior often depends on stable relationships between predators, prey, vegetation, climate, and habitat. Destroy those networks quickly, and the traits that once gave an organism an advantage may become useless. An animal exquisitely adapted to a particular forest can become helpless when that forest disappears. A highly specialized predator may vanish when its prey collapses. An organism with a costly nervous system may lose to something smaller and simpler that can survive on fewer resources. Extinction, therefore, does not reward the species that seems most advanced to you. It rewards whatever happens to survive the new conditions. Sometimes that means versatility, sometimes small body size, sometimes the ability to hide underground, eat a broad range of foods, tolerate temperature swings, or reproduce quickly. Intelligence can help in some emergencies, but intelligence is not immunity from ecological collapse. A clever animal still needs oxygen, calories, water, suitable temperatures, and a functioning population large enough to reproduce. This creates an uncomfortable possibility when you imagine evolution on other worlds. A planet might repeatedly approach biological conditions favorable to sophisticated cognition, and then suffer environmental catastrophes before any lineage crosses the threshold into technological intelligence. One evolutionary experiment could be ended by extreme volcanism. Another could be disrupted by rapid climate change. Another might be reshaped by a large impact, prolonged ocean chemistry changes, or instability caused by the planet's own geology. None of these events has to sterilize the planet. Complete sterilization would be far more difficult. A world can remain richly alive while repeatedly eliminating exactly the large, specialized, slowly reproducing organisms most likely to require long periods of stability. Earth demonstrates how uneven recovery can be. After a major extinction, ecosystems do not instantly return to their previous diversity. Recovery can require millions of years, and what eventually emerges is not a restored version of the old world. It is a new one. Survivors diversify into empty niches, ecological relationships reorganize, and entirely new groups can become dominant. This creates evolutionary contingency. The future depends partly on which organisms happen to survive each crisis. Rewind the history of Earth to one of these bottlenecks and change the identity of a few survivors, and the biological world millions of years later could look radically different. You should therefore be careful when imagining intelligence as something a habitable planet eventually produces if given enough time. Time alone may not be enough if biological history is repeatedly interrupted. The relevant quantity may be uninterrupted ecological opportunity, long stretches during which increasingly complex organisms can diversify without being repeatedly reduced to a much smaller set of survivors. And even that does not guarantee intelligence, because evolution has no predetermined destination. It simply means the possibility remains open long enough to be explored. There is another twist. Extinction is not purely destructive from an evolutionary perspective. By removing dominant species, it can create ecological opportunities that previously did not exist. Surviving groups may radiate into habitats that had been occupied for millions of years by competitors. New ecosystems can emerge because old ones were dismantled. So a mass extinction can both delay one possible route toward intelligence and accidentally open another. That ambiguity is what makes planetary history so difficult to predict. A catastrophe that prevents one intelligent lineage may eventually create the conditions for another, while a slightly more severe version of the same catastrophe could suppress complexity for far longer. The difference between interruption and opportunity may depend on details invisible from another star. When astronomers someday characterize a distant planet as old, stable, and biologically active, they still may not know how many times its evolutionary story has been broken and restarted. Its oceans could have hosted countless complex lineages that left no surviving descendants. Its continents could once have supported animals with elaborate senses and social behavior that disappeared hundreds of millions of years before anyone on Earth observed the planet. What looks like a quiet biosphere today may sit on top of a graveyard of abandoned evolutionary possibilities. And perhaps this is one reason technological intelligence could remain rare even where life itself survives easily. The universe may not need to prevent evolution from becoming complex forever. It may only need to interrupt the process often enough that most promising branches never receive the uninterrupted time required to discover what minds can become. Advanced civilizations may have no reason to colonize the entire galaxy. The assumption that an advanced civilization would eventually spread across every reachable star may tell you more about human history than about intelligence itself. When people imagine a society millions of years older than ours, expansion often seems automatic. First it explores neighboring systems, then settles them, then continues outward until much of the galaxy has been occupied. The logic feels persuasive because expansion has repeatedly shaped life on Earth. Organisms spread into open habitats, human populations migrated across continents, empires pursued territory, and industrial societies built networks wherever resources could be reached. But none of this proves that expansion remains desirable forever. A civilization capable of crossing interstellar space would also possess technologies, social structures, and priorities that may have moved far beyond the pressures that made territorial growth valuable to its ancestors. Consider resources. Human expansion has often been driven by scarcity. More farmland, more minerals, more energy, more secure access to trade. Yet a mature spacefaring society might discover that its own planetary system contains more raw material than it could reasonably use for an extremely long time. Asteroids contain metals without requiring mines beneath populated continents. Giant planets and their moons contain enormous reservoirs of useful elements. A star radiates an almost incomprehensible amount of energy continuously, most of which simply escapes into space. Before crossing thousands of light years in search of more territory, a civilization could spend ages learning to use its local system more efficiently. Greater technological sophistication may therefore weaken the economic argument for endless expansion rather than strengthen it. There is also no guarantee that population keeps increasing indefinitely. Human demographic history already shows that wealth, education, urbanization, reproductive choice, and changing social priorities can reduce fertility. A future civilization might stabilize its population deliberately, or simply discover that individuals choose to reproduce less often as survival becomes easier and lifespans lengthen. If population pressure disappears, the demand for new inhabited worlds may disappear with it. A society of 10 billion beings with access to enormous local energy resources has a completely different reason to expand from a society whose population doubles repeatedly and constantly needs new territory. Intelligence can alter the very biological pressures that once drove expansion. Then there is the question of what counts as a desirable environment. You instinctively imagine planets because you evolved on one, but an advanced civilization might prefer artificial habitats designed for comfort rather than naturally occurring worlds filled with inconvenient gravity, weather, geology, pathogens, or atmospheric chemistry. Building controlled environments from local material could be easier than traveling enormous distances to locate another planet that happens to resemble home. A civilization might eventually treat planets the way modern humans treat natural caves. Historically important places where ancestors once lived, but not necessarily the most efficient architecture for a technological society. Its population could become concentrated in carefully engineered habitats around its own star, increasing living space without expanding very far geographically. The same reasoning becomes even more radical if much of its culture eventually takes place in computational environments. This does not require assuming that aliens inevitably upload their minds or become machines. We have no evidence that such a transition is possible in the strong form often imagined. But even ordinary technological trends show that increasing portions of human economic and social activity can occur without requiring additional physical territory. Information, entertainment, education, design, communication, and large parts of intellectual work consume resources, but they do not require a new continent every time they grow. A civilization whose most valued experiences become increasingly informational might pursue computing capacity and energy efficiency rather than geographic expansion. From the outside, such a society could become extraordinarily sophisticated while occupying a relatively compact region. Political organization creates another obstacle to the idea of a single expanding galactic culture. Colonization across interstellar distances would not simply enlarge one society in the way a railway enlarges a country. Settlements separated by years or centuries of travel would develop under different environments, histories, and pressures. Instructions from an original homeworld could become irrelevant before they arrived. Descendant populations might gradually develop their own identities and cease to see continued expansion as a shared mission. A civilization that begins with a grand project of spreading outward could therefore fragment culturally long before filling the galaxy. Colonization would produce descendants, not necessarily extensions of one permanent empire, and those descendants would be free to stop. There may also be ethical reasons not to expand indiscriminately. A sufficiently mature civilization could consider untouched planetary systems scientifically valuable, aesthetically valuable, or deserving of protection. Humanity already creates nature reserves and debates planetary protection rules designed to avoid contaminating other worlds with terrestrial organisms. These efforts are imperfect and distinctly human, but they demonstrate that intelligence can generate motives opposite to conquest. Discovering a planet with its own biology might make settlement less attractive precisely because the world is alive. An advanced society could regard independent biospheres as rare natural experiments that should not be altered. Even lifeless systems might be preserved for research, cultural reasons, or principles we cannot predict. Expansion is a behavior, not a law of physics. The most important mistake may therefore be confusing capability with desire. A civilization could know how to travel between stars without wanting to occupy every destination, just as you can cross an ocean without feeling compelled to own every island. Technological ability creates options. It does not specify which options a society values. Human imagination often places expansion at the end of technological progress, because our own history was shaped by frontiers, migration, competition, and growth. Another species could inherit entirely different instincts. Even humanity itself might change its priorities as abundance, longevity, automation, environmental knowledge, and social organization evolve. Perhaps some civilizations expand aggressively for a period and later stabilize. Others may establish only a handful of distant settlements. Some could concentrate almost entirely around their birthplace. Some might explore widely while colonizing almost nowhere, preferring observation to occupation. None of these possibilities is confirmed, but all are physically compatible with advanced technology, and that is enough to weaken one of the most common assumptions behind the mystery of cosmic silence. You cannot look at an uncolonized galaxy and automatically conclude that no advanced civilization has ever existed, because that conclusion requires you to assume that advanced civilizations inevitably behave like expanding empires. The stars themselves do not impose that psychology. Perhaps intelligence eventually learns that having access to an enormous frontier is different from needing to possess it. And somewhere in the galaxy, a civilization could be ancient, powerful, scientifically extraordinary, and perfectly content beneath the light of only one star. Self-replicating probes should spread through the galaxy. So why don't we see them? A machine does not need to be alive to reproduce, and that single idea creates one of the strangest versions of the Fermi Paradox. If a civilization could build even one spacecraft capable of making copies of itself from materials found around other stars, why would the galaxy not eventually become filled with its descendants? These hypothetical machines are usually called self-replicating or von Neumann probes, after mathematician John von Neumann's work on self-reproducing automata, although he was not proposing a fleet of alien spacecraft roaming the Milky Way. The interstellar version came later. Imagine launching an unmanned probe toward another planetary system, not carrying settlers but carrying the machinery and information needed to reproduce. After arriving, it searches asteroids, moons, or other small bodies for raw materials, extracts metals and useful elements, manufactures components, assembles several new probes, and sends those copies toward additional stars. Each daughter probe repeats the process. The crucial advantage is multiplication. A civilization would not have to manufacture every spacecraft at home or personally travel behind them. The first machine would begin a branching chain, turning local matter in each new system into the next generation of explorers. Even if every journey between stars took centuries and every replication cycle required additional centuries, models of this kind can produce a spreading front that crosses the Milky Way on timescales of tens of millions of years. Enormous compared with a human life, but short compared with the age of the galaxy. This is why self-replicating probes make the silence problem feel sharper. They remove the assumption that biological beings themselves must tolerate every journey. SETI Institute. Yet the phrase self-replicating probe hides almost every difficult part of the problem inside two deceptively simple words. Humans have machines that manufacture other machines, robots that operate autonomously, software that copies itself, and factories that transform raw materials into complicated products. But we have never built an autonomous spacecraft, that can arrive at an unknown asteroid system and recreate its entire technological supply chain without outside assistance. Think about what such a probe would actually need to do. It would have to identify suitable resources, excavate them, separate useful elements from unwanted material, refine metals, produce structural components, fabricate electronics, create sensors, build propulsion systems, manufacture replacement tools, generate energy, diagnose failures, and assemble a functioning copy of itself. Modern technology depends on an astonishingly distributed industrial network. A computer chip may require extremely pure materials, specialized fabrication equipment, carefully controlled chemistry, precision optics, and processes involving facilities scattered across multiple countries. A self-replicating probe would somehow have to compress enough of that industrial ecosystem into a package capable of rebuilding the package itself. Perhaps a civilization far beyond ours could solve this. Physics does not obviously forbid it, but not forbidden is very different from inevitable. Then comes the problem of variation between destinations. One asteroid may contain abundant iron but little of some material needed for electronics. Another system may provide metals in inconvenient chemical forms. Dust, radiation, temperature extremes, mechanical wear, and unexpected geology could damage equipment that has no engineer nearby to redesign it. A successful replicator would therefore need more than a fixed construction recipe. It would need extraordinary adaptability, something closer to an autonomous mining company, refinery, factory, laboratory, navigation system, and repair crew combined into one machine. And replication introduces a problem familiar from biology and computing. Errors matter. If every generation reproduces imperfectly, small faults could accumulate. A navigation defect copied into descendants might send an entire branch toward useless destinations. A manufacturing mistake might reduce the reliability of later generations. Sophisticated error checking, redundant blueprints, self-testing, and repair could suppress such failures, just as biological organisms and digital systems use mechanisms to preserve information. But perfect reproduction is not automatically guaranteed. A civilization designing these probes would also confront a problem biology rarely faces. Uncontrolled replication might be dangerous. A machine instructed simply to obtain material and produce copies could consume resources its creators never intended it to touch. Any responsible design would probably include limits, approved materials, authorized targets, replication counts, shutdown conditions, or cryptographic controls, meaning that the most realistic self-replicating probe may be deliberately prevented from multiplying without restraint. Once you add those restrictions, the popular image of a mechanical wave automatically consuming the galaxy becomes less inevitable. There is another assumption hidden inside the argument, that every successful copy must continue outward. Perhaps probes are designed to explore only a particular region. Perhaps they replicate merely to replace damaged equipment. Perhaps after surveying a system, they remain there as observatories rather than launching another generation. Even a machine capable of indefinite replication does not have to be programmed to do it. Just as a factory capable of producing 10,000 cars is not compelled by physics to produce them forever, the behavior belongs to the instructions, not to the technology itself. And then there is the question of what humanity should expect to see if such probes existed. A machine built for efficient exploration might be relatively small, cold, and inactive for most of its existence. Between tasks, it could conserve energy rather than broadcasting continuously. Its designers might build it to survive quietly for geological periods, awakening only when necessary. Detecting an object like that from another star would be extraordinarily difficult. Even within our own solar system, humanity has catalogued many large asteroids while countless smaller objects remain poorly characterized, especially in distant regions. There is currently no confirmed evidence that an extraterrestrial probe has been found here, but neither does ordinary astronomical observation amount to an exhaustive archaeological inspection of every asteroid, moon, stable orbit, and distant body for artificial machinery. This does not justify claiming that probes are hiding nearby. Absence of evidence cannot be converted into evidence for a favorite explanation. It simply means the prediction, we should obviously see them, depends on what the probes are actually like. A galaxy filled with enormous, active machines would be much easier to recognize than one visited occasionally by compact autonomous explorers. The deeper lesson is that self-replicating probes strengthen the Fermi question without solving it. They show that interstellar exploration does not necessarily require billions of biological travelers or impossibly fast spacecraft. In principle, replication can turn one technological seed into many and allow exploration to proceed gradually from star to star. But every stage between that elegant idea and a functioning galactic network contains engineering choices, resource constraints, reliability problems, and assumptions about purpose that humanity cannot yet test. Perhaps no civilization ever perfects genuinely autonomous replication. Perhaps some do, but restrict it carefully. Perhaps machines spread only through selected regions. Perhaps probes exist in forms our current surveys would struggle to recognize. Or perhaps the most unsettling possibility is the simplest one. Civilizations capable of building them are extraordinarily rare. You cannot currently choose among these answers. What you can say is that no known law of physics obviously prevents machines from exploring the galaxy through repeated replication, and the age of the Milky Way gives such a process extraordinary amounts of time. That leaves one question hanging with unusual weight. If somewhere in the galaxy a civilization learned how to turn asteroids into explorers, and those explorers could turn other asteroids into more explorers, then the first probe would not have needed to reach every star. It only needed to make the second one. So why, after billions of years of galactic history, have we not yet found a single machine we can prove came from somewhere else? The zoo hypothesis suggests they could know about us and stay silent. Imagine living on a world that has already been discovered by an older civilization, watched for centuries, perhaps even studied in detail, and never being told. That is the unsettling possibility behind the zoo hypothesis, an idea proposed in the early 1970s as one possible response to the apparent absence of extraterrestrial contact. It does not claim that aliens are actually observing Earth, and there is no evidence that such a policy exists. Instead, it asks whether silence could sometimes be deliberate rather than accidental. The basic analogy is simple. When humans study wildlife, researchers do not always walk into an animal's habitat and begin interfering with everything they see. In some situations, they observe from a distance, minimize disturbance, restrict access to protected regions, or deliberately avoid altering natural behavior. The zoo hypothesis imagines that a sufficiently advanced civilization might apply a similar principle to younger technological species. Earth could be considered a developing world whose inhabitants are allowed to discover science, culture, and their place in the cosmos without receiving outside assistance. Contact in this picture would not be impossible, it would be postponed. The reason might be scientific. Observing an untouched civilization could provide information that becomes impossible to obtain once the observers reveal themselves. The moment another intelligence openly contacts humanity, human history changes permanently. Religions, politics, science, economics, philosophy, and even ordinary ideas about identity could respond to the discovery. From then onward, nobody could study how humanity would have developed naturally without extraterrestrial influence, because the experiment would already have been contaminated. An alien anthropologist, if such a thing existed, might therefore value non-interference for exactly the same reason a scientist values an uncontaminated sample. But the hypothesis becomes more interesting when you ask how such restraint could actually work. One civilization choosing silence would not be enough. If many independent societies existed nearby, only one of them would need to ignore the rule and openly contact Earth. For the zoo hypothesis to explain widespread silence, either technological civilizations would need to develop remarkably similar ethical standards, or some kind of coordination would have to exist among them. That is a serious weakness. Humanity cannot even guarantee agreement among nations sharing the same planet. So assuming unrelated species separated by different biology and histories would all respect the same non-contact principle is a large assumption. Some versions of the idea therefore imagine not voluntary agreement, but enforcement. Perhaps older civilizations establish rules governing interaction with emerging societies. This begins to resemble the fictional Prime Directive popularized by Star Trek, but fiction should not be confused with evidence. We have no observation showing that such a galactic law, authority, or community exists. The value of the idea is that it exposes a hidden assumption in our search. We often expect detectable civilizations to behave as though being detected is desirable. They may not. Intelligence does not automatically produce a need for recognition. A civilization could know that Earth contains technological beings and simply decide that announcing itself offers no benefit. It might consider premature contact ethically questionable, culturally destructive, scientifically wasteful, or simply unnecessary. Consider how much information an advanced observer could potentially learn without landing in a city. Earth's atmosphere already reveals broad chemical information from afar. Our planet's rotation, oceans, vegetation, changing seasons, and increasingly sophisticated technological activity all leave physical effects that sufficiently capable instruments might study. A civilization with telescopes far beyond ours might not need to approach closely to determine that Earth is biologically active. Whether it could recognize humans specifically would depend on its capabilities and distance, but the general principle is important. Observation does not require conversation. You already use astronomy this way. Humans know the temperature, atmospheric composition, mass, orbital behavior, and weather patterns of objects they have never visited. Better technology increases what can be inferred remotely, so a society far ahead of us might theoretically learn a great deal while remaining completely unknown to the population being observed. Yet the hypothesis becomes difficult to test precisely because it can explain almost any absence of evidence. If you see nothing, a supporter can say the observers are hiding effectively. If you discover something unusual, they can say the observers allowed you to notice it. A scientific explanation becomes weaker when almost every possible observation can be made compatible with it. Good hypotheses should ideally expose themselves to the possibility of being wrong. The zoo hypothesis currently struggles here because we do not know what specific, measurable signature a non-interference policy would necessarily leave behind. That is why it remains speculative rather than an established solution to the Fermi problem. There is also a deeper philosophical difficulty. Calling Earth a zoo quietly assumes a hierarchy: observers above, observed below. But technological age does not automatically translate into moral or intellectual superiority in every domain. A civilization older than humanity might know far more physics while having values we would find incomprehensible. It might not view us as children needing protection. It might see emerging civilizations as irrelevant, dangerous, fascinating, sacred, or simply ordinary. The range of possible motives is enormous. And once you begin assigning human concepts like conservation, ethics, curiosity, or guardianship to unknown minds, you are entering speculation. Still, the thought experiment forces you to confront something psychologically uncomfortable. Humans usually imagine first contact from our own perspective. We want to know, so we assume anyone out there would want to be known. We imagine that intelligence naturally announces itself, explores openly, or welcomes conversation. But perhaps awareness of another civilization does not create an obligation to speak. You can know that someone exists without entering their life. You can stand outside a room and choose not to open the door. If another intelligence had discovered Earth centuries ago and decided not to interfere, then our silence would not reflect its absence. It would reflect its restraint. There is no evidence that this is happening, and science has no reason to prefer the zoo hypothesis over simpler explanations without evidence. But that is exactly why the idea remains so haunting. It transforms the question from, "Why hasn't anyone found us?" into something much harder to answer. Perhaps being unnoticed and being deliberately left alone would look exactly the same from inside the enclosure. The dark forest idea offers a much more disturbing reason for the silence. What if the safest civilization in the universe is not the one with the greatest weapons, but the one that makes absolutely certain nobody knows where it is? This is the unsettling logic behind the dark forest idea, a speculative explanation for cosmic silence made famous by science fiction author Liu Cixin, though versions of the underlying reasoning have appeared in discussions of extraterrestrial strategy more broadly. The metaphor imagines the cosmos as a dark forest in which every civilization is a hidden hunter moving carefully between the trees. Nobody knows who else is nearby. Nobody can reliably know another civilization's intentions, and revealing your location may carry a risk that cannot easily be reversed. The important point is that the argument does not require every civilization to be naturally violent. In fact, that is what makes it disturbing. Imagine discovering another technological species. You know almost nothing about its psychology, political structure, history, or future intentions. It may appear peaceful today, but civilizations change. Governments fall. Ideologies shift. Technologies advance. A society incapable of threatening you now might become capable later. From your perspective, the uncertainty itself becomes the problem. If the consequences of guessing wrong are merely inconvenient, cooperation is easy to attempt. But if guessing wrong could eventually mean extinction, even a very small perceived risk may dominate the decision. Game theory contains many situations in which actors who would prefer peaceful outcomes still behave defensively because they cannot trust the intentions of others. The classic security dilemma offers a useful comparison. One nation builds weapons because it feels unsafe. Its neighbor sees those weapons and becomes frightened, so it builds its own. The first nation interprets this response as proof that its fears were justified. Neither side had to begin with a plan of aggression. Mutual uncertainty generated the escalation. The dark forest idea extends this logic to civilizations that share no common government, history, culture, or established system of trust. The nightmare is not that everyone wants war. It is that nobody can confidently prove they do not. There is another complication. Technological development can change the balance faster than reputation can stabilize it. Suppose civilization A observes civilization B and concludes that B is harmless. That judgment describes B at one moment. If B continues advancing, its capabilities could later become radically different, while A has no guarantee that its values remain unchanged. This creates what is sometimes called a chain of suspicion. You do not merely wonder whether the other civilization is dangerous. You wonder whether it thinks you are dangerous, whether it believes you think it is dangerous, and whether either side might act first because it fears the other will. The logic becomes recursive. A civilization may decide that remaining silent is rational, even when it has no intention of attacking anyone. Silence becomes camouflage. This is where the idea differs sharply from deliberate non-interference. In a protective scenario, a civilization stays quiet because it wants younger societies to develop undisturbed. In the dark forest, silence is self-preservation. You hide because being noticed may be more dangerous than being alone. A civilization following that logic might avoid obvious beacons, disguise large technological activities, limit emissions that reveal its location, and treat unexplained signals with extreme caution. If many civilizations independently reach similar conclusions, cosmic silence would not require a galactic treaty. Each society could choose secrecy for its own reasons. That makes the hypothesis logically attractive because it does not depend on universal cooperation. But logical attractiveness is not evidence. There is currently no observation showing that extraterrestrial civilizations exist, much less that they are hiding because they fear one another. The dark forest idea also relies on several assumptions that may be wrong. It assumes that civilizations can meaningfully threaten one another across interstellar distances. It assumes defensive secrecy remains possible for sufficiently advanced societies. It assumes that destroying a potential rival is safer than tolerating uncertainty, even though attacking another civilization could itself reveal the attacker and create new enemies. It assumes there are no reliable methods of communication, verification, deterrence, diplomacy, or mutual restraint that advanced societies could develop. Human history contains conflict, but it also contains trade, treaties, cooperation, inspection systems, shared institutions, and mechanisms for reducing uncertainty. There is no scientific reason to assume intelligence preserves only our capacity for fear while losing our capacity to build trust. The astronomical environment complicates the picture further. A civilization capable of observing planetary atmospheres and technological activity from great distances might detect life before that life ever chooses whether to announce itself. Hiding completely may be much harder than merely turning off a transmitter. A planet can reveal information through chemistry, artificial illumination, unusual energy use, spacecraft, or changes to its environment. If concealment is imperfect, then the dark forest strategy may not produce perfect silence anyway. There is also a moral leap hidden inside the darkest version of the hypothesis. Detecting another civilization and deciding to destroy it before it becomes dangerous resembles an extreme form of preemptive violence based entirely on possibilities. A sufficiently sophisticated society might judge that principle unstable. If everyone destroys unfamiliar civilizations because they might become dangerous, then the policy itself becomes the greatest source of danger. Cooperation could emerge not from trust, but from recognizing the terrible consequences of universal suspicion. In that sense, the same reasoning used to justify the dark forest can also undermine it. A universe of intelligent strategists might learn that survival requires signaling restraint, establishing credible boundaries, or simply leaving distant societies alone. You cannot know which strategy dominates without actual examples, and that uncertainty is precisely why the dark forest remains so powerful as a thought experiment. It takes the comforting assumption that silence means emptiness and turns it inside out. A quiet sky could mean nobody is there. It could mean nobody is close enough to matter. Or, in this darker possibility, quiet could be behavior. The absence of obvious voices would become not a failure of communication, but a decision made again and again by minds that learned not to advertise themselves. There is no evidence that this is the universe you inhabit, and treating it as established fact would replace one mystery with an invented answer. But the idea forces you to confront a disturbing question about intelligence itself. If you discovered another civilization tomorrow and knew nothing about what it might become, would curiosity be stronger than caution? Would you send a greeting, remain silent, or wonder whether the act of asking that question meant someone else had already made the same calculation about you? The dark forest does not prove that the stars are dangerous. Its real power is quieter than that. It asks whether fear alone could make a populated universe look empty, and whether the silence above you might be frightening, not because nobody is listening, but because everyone has learned the value of staying quiet. The great silence may be telling us something profound about our own future. Perhaps the most important thing about the silence between the stars is not what it tells you about aliens, but what it forces you to ask about what humanity might become. After decades of searching, there is still no confirmed evidence of another technological civilization, and that absence remains too ambiguous to serve as a verdict. It does not prove that intelligent life is rare, that civilizations inevitably disappear, or that Earth occupies some privileged place in the universe. Yet the silence has an unusual philosophical value, because every possible explanation eventually turns the question back toward you. If technological societies are extremely uncommon, then humanity may possess something whose rarity we have barely begun to appreciate. If many civilizations arise but few remain recognizable for long periods, then longevity rather than intelligence may be the greater achievement. If mature societies become difficult to notice, then our current assumptions about progress may describe only an early technological phase, rather than civilization's final form. And if the galaxy truly contains no other technological societies nearby, then the responsibility attached to one small inhabited planet becomes almost impossible to measure. You are accustomed to thinking of human history as crowded, Empires rise beside other empires. Cultures influence neighboring cultures. Every discovery happens inside a world already occupied by billions of other minds. But imagine changing the scale. Suppose humanity were one of very few species in the Milky Way capable of understanding stars, reconstructing cosmic history, composing music, preserving memories outside the brain, and deliberately deciding what kind of future to create. Suddenly, things that seem ordinary become cosmically unusual. A library would not simply be a building filled with books. It would be matter preserving ideas about itself. A telescope would be a fragment of the universe deliberately examining another fragment. Every endangered species would represent an evolutionary history that may have no close equivalent anywhere else we can reach. Even disagreement, art, mathematics, grief, humor, and curiosity would belong to a phenomenon whose abundance beyond Earth is completely unknown. This perspective does not require believing humanity is the center of anything. Quite the opposite. Astronomy has repeatedly removed us from imagined centers. Earth is not the center of the solar system. The Sun is not the center of the galaxy. And the Milky Way is only one galaxy among an enormous cosmic population. But physical unimportance does not imply that consciousness is common. A grain of sand can occupy no special geometric position and still contain something rare. The silence therefore introduces a distinction between location and value. You do not need to be cosmically central for what happens here to matter. This becomes especially significant when thinking about the future, because humanity is gradually becoming capable of influencing how much terrestrial life survives into deep time. For most of Earth's history, no species understood extinction as a planetary phenomenon, or possessed the ability to preserve genetic information, redirect an asteroid, maintain seed banks, restore ecosystems, or deliberately carry terrestrial organisms beyond Earth. Humans remain limited and frequently short-sighted, but knowledge has created a new kind of possibility. Some future outcomes are becoming choices rather than purely natural accidents. That transition may be one of the most profound developments in the history of life. Evolution produced a creature capable not only of adapting to its environment, but of understanding enough of the environment to influence what survives next. The question is what happens when that ability matures. A long-lived civilization might eventually stop measuring success primarily by how rapidly it grows, and begin measuring it by how effectively it preserves options for the future. It might design infrastructure to survive rare catastrophes, distribute knowledge so that no single failure can erase it, protect ecosystems because biological diversity represents resilience, and develop institutions capable of considering consequences beyond one election, one lifetime, or one century. None of this is guaranteed, but neither is failure. Discussions of extraterrestrial silence often become strangely fatalistic, as though the absence of visible civilizations must contain a warning that technological species are doomed. The evidence does not justify that conclusion. The future is not written into the night sky. Silence is data with many possible interpretations, and one of those interpretations is simply that surviving for geological periods is difficult enough that civilization must become deliberately good at it. There is a useful concept here called existential risk. Events or processes that could permanently destroy humanity's future potential, whether through extinction or irreversible collapse. Thinking about such risks changes the timescale of ethics. An ordinary disaster is terrible because of the people it harms now. An existential catastrophe would be different, because it could also remove every generation that might otherwise have existed afterward. You do not have to know whether intelligent life is rare to understand why that possibility deserves attention, but cosmic silence makes the stakes feel larger. If the galaxy contains thousands of civilizations, humanity would still have reasons to survive. If it contains almost none, the loss would carry an additional dimension. One of the universe's known places where matter became capable of understanding itself would go dark. There is also a hopeful inversion hidden inside the same idea. If humanity can recognize threats before they become irreversible, then intelligence may eventually become a protective force rather than merely another source of danger. Dinosaurs could not detect the asteroid approaching them or alter its trajectory. Early organisms could not understand changes in atmospheric chemistry. Humans can sometimes model dangers before they arrive, preserve information against loss, coordinate across continents, and deliberately investigate problems that will matter long after the researchers themselves are gone. These abilities are incomplete, but they represent something evolution had rarely produced before. Foresight operating across generations. Perhaps the defining feature of a mature civilization is not that it builds larger machines, but that it learns to extend the horizon of its concern. A child thinks about tomorrow. An institution may think about decades. A civilization capable of enduring for millions of years would somehow have to care about futures no living individual will personally see. That may require cultural inventions as important as any spacecraft. You cannot know whether other civilizations ever mastered that transition, because the sky has not given you an example to copy. In a strange way, that absence removes the possibility of instruction. There is no older civilization known to us offering a handbook for surviving technological adolescence. Humanity must discover for itself how to combine power with restraint, progress with resilience, curiosity with patience, and individual lives with responsibilities extending far beyond them. Perhaps one day the silence will end and another civilization will be found, transforming this entire question. Or perhaps generations will continue looking and discover that intelligent technological life is extraordinarily sparse. Either outcome would teach you something profound, but you do not need to wait for the answer before recognizing what the uncertainty already means. You are part of a civilization young enough to have only recently learned that galaxies exist beyond our own, and powerful enough to influence what happens to its planet next. Above you is a universe whose silence has not explained itself. Behind you are billions of years of evolution that could not know you were coming. Ahead lies a future whose length has not yet been decided. And perhaps the great silence is valuable not because it whispers that humanity is doomed or special, but because it leaves you without anyone else to carry the responsibility. Until another voice is found, the only technological civilization you know exists is this one, and what becomes of it is still being written.